Hey there, folks. Adam here, going live. Thanks for Brennan for getting the live stream going in the first place. Appreciate that. And we've got a bunch of different stuff to look at right now. I think, Brennan, I'm going to launch in Manitoba and also in Saskatchewan. We'll launch it in, let's see here. Oh, you just said Canada so that I can launch it everywhere. Okay, perfect. That's great. You doubled up on your MB. Follow us on Facebook, and it says MB twice. I'll get rid of one of those. Okay. I don't think we're going to go live on Facebook in Ontario, but there is an Ontario cell I want to take a look at. We did have a potential Landspout tornado reported with it. We'll touch on that at some point in time, but I'm going to go live right now in Saskatchewan and Manitoba. So I'm just going to hit save on that, and we'll be live there. Later on, we'll be going live in Alberta. Let's just take a peek at how those storms are doing. Yeah, they're still really early, but there's a pretty strong severe risk over in Alberta. This beastly storm right here with a giant hook echo and a very strong wind signature is heading southeast, I believe. Yeah, southeast right now from Macaulay down towards Welwyn. And so if you're in those areas right now, tornado warning from Environment Canada, this storm is looking pretty serious, and I would be definitely taking it seriously. And that is just, where is that? That is just east of the Saskatchewan border. And of course, there's a tornado watch across parts of Saskatchewan, Melville, I believe Yorkton as well too. Yes, and where is Yorkton here? Let me find it. Where'd it go? Go back. And also in, of course, in parts of Manitoba, all the way to just west of Brandon and south of Dauphin, so kind of just in the areas on the Saskatchewan border. So we're watching that very closely. And, Yorkton's up there. Of course, it's northeast of Melville. That's right. So nothing happening up in Yorkton at the moment, but we are having these storms southeast of Esterhazy, Saskatchewan, and that one's looking pretty decent as well too. If we check out IW storm risk, 33% total severe risk on that storm, 1% tornado risk, 22% severe wind risk. And then if we look at this one, we get all the way to a blackout line polygon here, and we're at 6% tornado risk and an 84% severe hail risk on that storm, with an overall total severe risk of 89% using AI here. So that is pretty intense stuff. So I would definitely take that seriously. We did add storm tracks to the polygons. In rare cases, when it's like supercells, when they're expanding to the northeast, you have this northeast track, even though this whole storm is moving to the southeast. So those are things we'll get better in time. Oh, the new track was a little bit more east. I bet you eventually it'll turn itself and realize the storm is going south. So I have to work on those tracks a little bit, but in most cases, they work actually really great. So let me just go and scroll over here. I do want to take a look at that storm. It's just a weak little storm, but we did have a report from a guy had a drone, and he got it connecting to the surface. So as we notified across Ontario, there was a funnel cloud and potential landspout risk today, pretty much across the region. So this, I believe, is the and I believe we've had 2 landspout reports today. There was one earlier as well too, and then there was and this one as well. So we're watching all of that closely. There could be some interesting storms in Eastern Ontario, although they're not looking that strong at this point in time. Environment Canada did put a tornado risk in their forecast for Eastern Ontario, but we haven't seen anything super strong yet. So there could maybe be some landspout potential out there. I'm going to go take a look at mesoanalysis in the background here. There's a little bit of non-sup out there, non-supercell. So there could be potentially some funnel clouds, landspouts, but as of right now, Eastern Ontario is looking pretty weak compared to what we're dealing with in the prairies. So our main focus here is going to be in the prairies today. We're going to be in Manitoba, we're going to be in Saskatchewan, and eventually we are going to be in Alberta, because it looks quite strong over there as well too. Just taking a look at this little cell east of Fillmore, Saskatchewan, 8% severe risk on it, so it's not too strong at this point in time, but it could get there eventually. So let's see here, just going through the comments. Hello. Tony says, what is the best app to track storms? I'm going to be a little biased here and say it's Instant Weather Pro, which is what I'm using right now. It is the software suite that we built for the Northern Tornadoes project out of Western University. Dr. Sills and his team, they commissioned us to build this for them, but it was, of course, we built it for ourselves as well, and we built it with the intention of launching it to the community. So we have launched it now, and if you go to instantweatherpro.com, you can subscribe to it. It's like $99 a year, which is roughly $825 a month, and I think it's the best software suite in Canada by far. Again, I'm a little biased, but I sincerely believe that it's pretty amazing. We can get right down to full raw, high-resolution data, the fastest updating Canadian data that is available. So every other ProRadar app is usually about a minute or 2 minutes behind us for updating to the next frame of radar. And when we're dealing with some dangerous situations, having that new radar frame 2 minutes earlier is pretty important, especially when we're looking to see if rotation's increasing, looking to see how strong the winds are and where they're heading. If you're in Manson, Manitoba right now, right in here we can zoom into street level and we can see 101.16 kilometer an hour wind gusts up in the radar. So it's not necessarily at the surface when you have those wind gusts on radar, but of course, if any of that is reaching the surface, we could definitely be seeing damaging wind gusts. Anything above 90 can bring trees down. So so definitely dangerous storm here. That is within, of course, the tornado warning from Environment Canada. During our live stream, we may have one of those situations. During a previous live stream, we had the direction arrows just show up because our dev team's working on it right now. And I'm using the staging version, which is our internal testing version before we launch features. So one cool thing that's going to happen is the storm direction arrows are going to be launched to our master, which means to the production, so to the one that everybody uses. So later today, you'll likely get the storm tracks in addition to the IW storm risk. Of course, everybody already has IW storm risk, but you're going to get the storm tracks as well. And then later today, we should get an update where when I click on this tornado warning, it's not just going to say tornado warning. It's going to have a bar similar to our alert bar at the top of our free app. And you'll be able to click a little down arrow and be able to expand the whole thing and scroll all the details. And it'll have every type of alert that is in that area. So if there's a severe thunderstorm watch, if there's a tornado warning, if there's any custom notifications from our team, you'll be able to see those all in there with the full details. So that's already finished. It just needs to be pushed into staging, and the storm tracks need to be pushed into master. So cool stuff happening today on our live stream. Is going to be interesting. We get feature updates in the middle of the live stream. That's what's nice about Instant Weather Pro being a website, is that you don't have to download a new version. You just have to hit F5 and refresh. So you just refresh the website and you got all the new features. So it's pretty cool. It's great stuff. This is an interesting polygon here. So just taking a look at this, 50% total severe risk, 44% severe hail risk. Big time hail is possible with these storms for sure. And of course, on Instant Weather Pro, you can swipe back and forth between wind and rain. And of course, you can see hail. When we get into pink and you get into the purples, You can scroll right in and see 70 dBz. You can see the top of the screen here, 70. That is some pretty strong returns from radar, which means this is likely a big chunky hail core right here, dropping hail. Yeah, that would make perfect sense. So we have some more development here southeast of Regina. Let's just hit animate on this and you can see which way they're going. These ones are going kind of eastish, a little bit to the southeast. And the main storms here inside of the tornado warning and to the west of the tornado warning are going kind of east-southeast as well. There was this little cell that popped up which looked really interesting, and I believe did have a brief tornado warning on it, but it has been dropped on that one. That storm is heading directly southeast towards Brandon, but you can see it basically fizzled right out. So that one was riding the outflow boundary here, but that outflow boundary weakened, and that storm fell apart. So, yeah, interesting that it was riding the boundary. You can really see the boundary here. If you see this green line below the storm, that is an outflow boundary. So the storm is riding the outflow boundary right here, and yeah, that's obviously it's hooking into the storm at the moment, and it's a pretty grumpy looking storm. So we hope everybody's staying safe, especially if you're in the path of this one. If you're in Wellwyn, I would be definitely taking shelter with that right now. If you're in Manson, Reeder, I'd be getting prepared, of course, if not already taking shelter in Reeder. Kirkella is not inside the tornado warning yet, but you are close enough to the tornado warning that you probably got like that Amber Alert type tornado warning to your phone. Oftentimes, in fact, in all times, every time there's a tornado warning, anybody who's near it but outside of it will also receive the notification, just because you're close enough to a cell phone tower that is located inside of it. But that doesn't mean you're actually in the path, and that doesn't mean you should be taking shelter with it. What you should do is, if you do get a notification on your phone and you're not sure exactly where it's for, download our free app. It's called Instant Weather. You can get it at instantweatherapp.com, and then go to your location and see what alerts are for your area, because you may have got the tornado warning on your phone automatically from the cell phone tower with that Amber Alert type horrifying sound, but that doesn't necessarily mean you're actually inside of the tornado warning. So it's good to verify that stuff. A lot of the time we go live basically just to tell people, no, your area is not actually in the tornado warning. I know you got it on your phone, but no, you're not in the tornado warning, kind of thing. So that happens a lot. Jennifer says, hi, Alana. I don't think Alana she's not on the stream right now. She might be listening, but she's working on some other stuff right now. She's doing hurricane updates right now for the East Coast. So, yeah, she's tasked with that at the moment right now. She's dealing with updating Newfoundland and parts of Nova Scotia as well with the hurricane that's coming out there. So that's going to be interesting. So it's a busy weather time right now. Still a little bit interested with this storm that's moving from Hagersville. The thing with landspout tornadoes, we can't see them on radar. I mean, we can see that there's a storm there, but we just can't see the rotation on radar, which is very tricky, because that's why reports matter so very much. Because without the report of the gentleman who launched his drone, bravely launched a drone and took a shot of this storm, you could see it really connecting to the surface. So I don't know the strength of it because there wasn't a video, but there were some photos of it. He basically took a photo of his phone that he was using to control the drone, but you could clearly see it, connected from the clouds to the surface. So hard to say exactly how strong it is, but it is definitely looking interesting there. So Jennifer says, I did say hi to you too, Adam. Oh, sorry, Jennifer, my bad, I didn't see that. Let's see here. Looks like we're starting to see some storm development. So there could be a little bit of a landspout tornado on that storm. So if you are near Hagersville or close to Lake Erie in that Hagersville area, I would be paying close attention to that one. Let's go take a look at some of these other storms here as well. What is this little storm popping up here in southwestern Saskatchewan at the moment? 30% severe hail risk on it. It looks interesting. It kind of just popped up, and it's riding this outflow boundary as well. So I believe we have some storms popping up now. Looks like kind of the first storms are just starting to pop here west of Rocky Mountain House. So it's not going to be long until we go live in Alberta on Facebook. Of course, we're live on YouTube and we're live on Twitch. And those are places that anybody can follow us at any point in time. So we are talking a little bit about Alberta right now. But once those storms start to get cooking, then we're going to go live. We try not to go live on Facebook until things are really getting interesting. And that's obviously why we went live in Manitoba and Saskatchewan right now, because, of course, we've got this beastly supercell that is tracking through the Welwyn and Mason area. Willen's probably going to miss the strongest part of the storm, just based on direction here. I would say Willen is going to get the hail core, maybe some strong winds, but nothing compared to what Manson and Welwyn are getting right now. They're getting rocked at the moment. So, I mean, look at this, 90% total severe risk from AI here. 57% severe wind risk and a 6% tornado risk on that storm. So it is definitely looking pretty nasty with that. So we're gonna have to do a little bit of tweaking on our storm tracks here, because it's still trying to stretch the storm to the northeast, even though the storm is moving to the south. So there are times where the storm tracks are not perfect, but from what I've seen, I mean, I've been using the storm tracks now for a few weeks, I think, at least a couple weeks, I think it's been, and like 97% of the time they're bang on. But then in a few rare circumstances, you have this kind of stuff happening where it's like, it's going the other way. And you're like, I don't think it is. I think it's pretty sure it's going to the south. Side note, there are severe thunderstorm watches in BC as well. And so we should probably keep an eye on some of those storms while we're at it. Let's just do the entire country, shall we? And then we have a severe thunderstorm warning northwest of Victoria right now. And you even have a little storm risk cell right here, and you can see, let's see if it's getting the direction of these right. Oh yeah, it's getting that direction perfect. It's going basically due north. And so you got a big hail core here in British Columbia, northwest of Victoria at the moment. So you don't see that very often. Yeah, not often we see severe thunderstorm warnings near Victoria. So that's a little different. But we got to keep close attention on these storms here in Alberta, and of course on the ones that are in Manitoba and Saskatchewan at the moment, and the one, of course, in Ontario, because we had a landspout tornado reported on this storm. This storm is starting to stretch out of my polygon, which is driving me nuts. I don't know why it's doing that. I think I might extend that polygon a little bit to the southwest. I think we should probably do it. Let's see here. Jim says, we had a derecho, a few years back, but people were calling it a tornado. So Jim, actually inside of derechos are embedded tornadoes. So during the one that went from London, Ontario, through Toronto, all the way up to Ottawa, and caused significant damage, and I believe there was something like 16 fatalities or maybe more. Of course, our thoughts are with all those who lost family members that day. That was a horrifying day. Inside of the derecho, there is actually embedded tornadoes, and that day had multiple tornadoes that were recorded, documented, that were embedded inside of the monster Boeing squall line of a derecho. So, so it's kind of like there's both. So in storms that are that significant, typically there is both. You do have these significant damaging winds. I think there was 140 kilometer an hour winds in that one. And then, of course, we also have embedded tornadoes. So it's a little bit of both. Okay, Kevin says, will you be live tomorrow? I'm not sure, but we're live today. We'll think about tomorrow. We haven't got that far yet, but we'll definitely take a look at the data we've been talking about Monday. I think it was supposed to be interesting in Manitoba, but nonetheless... I finally got a video. We got a video from that landspout. Okay, interesting. It might be subtornadic, but there could be a little path of damage. It looks really interesting from his drone. I'm just looking at this in the background. I think we retweeted the original photos, but I don't know if we retweeted this one. Might be interesting to retweet the video. Brendan, if you could do that, if you get a chance to retweet that video from, it's at PSCHERM406 on Twitter. And he hashtagged it OnStorm. And so, yeah, let's see what's happening with this. Looks like it's kind of staying in my polygon. I'll wait for a few frames. It's still just inside my polygon for possible landspout reported. And I put continues because the original polygon was up here, and now it's continuing to the south towards Lake Erie. So, all right, let's jump back to the tornado warning here in Manitoba and take a look at this beastly cell. Again, if you're in Manson, if you're in Welwyn, I'm sure if you're in Welwyn, you've already figured it out. If you're in Manson, you've figured it out for sure, because look at the winds on this thing. 103.68 kilometers an hour, 101, 103. That is not great. So I have a feeling they're probably going to extend that tornado warning to the south, I would think. I don't see why not. The storm looks still pretty beastly at the moment. If you see me moving around a lot, it's because I'm using my standing desk at the moment. I recently got it, and it's been pretty awesome to be able to do both. I'm trying to force myself to do the standing desk first, because once I do the sitting version of it, it's like, oh, I really want to stand up. Trevor says the map is wrong. Welwyn is northwest of Macaulay. The map is wrong? Oh, there's two Welwyns. I think you're thinking of Welwyn, Saskatchewan. So there's a Welwyn, Saskatchewan up here, and I believe there's a Welwyn, Manitoba down here. I can go double check to make sure. We're using a couple different city databases, but I can double check. So is there both a Welwyn, Saskatchewan and a Welwyn, Manitoba? I'm sure everybody's going to tell me in the comments, but I'm going to go to check myself. Welwyn, Saskatchewan. Okay, so that one does exist, and Welwyn, Manitoba. Let's see here. Welwyn, Manitoba. Oh, see, it just comes up as Welwyn, Saskatchewan.
As far as I can tell, there's no Manitoba.
So this is an error. Wow, that's really interesting. Why would it be all the way down here compared to there? I mean, it's not too far away, but it's a little bit ridiculous. We might have to pull that entry out of the database. So these are multiple city databases that we purchased that are supposed to be pretty good, but I guess this one is wrong. So thank you for clarifying that.
See which database that one's part of, and maybe pull like the whole database. Is maybe that. Well, there's some.
I think the majority of it is fine, but it might be good to go through it and see just for sure. Like to go through it like piece by piece to kind of see. But thank you, Trevor. I appreciate that. That's a good heads up there. So, sorry, Welwyn, Saskatchewan is fine at the moment. Mind you, there is this big monster cell to your northwest that's heading kind of right towards you. But right now, you're fine until that storm heads down towards your area. Look at this one, too. This has what's going on with this Welby storm? This has a big hook on it, too. These are really turning into some big time supercells. Oh, sorry, that was the last frame. That's been a while ago. That was this storm just a while back. Okay. So, yeah, this Welwyn is actually incorrect. So that is supposed to be up here. So yeah, we have to fix that little city mishap. But nonetheless, Manson, Manitoba, the reader area potentially, but the main risk is down here heading towards Kirkella at the moment. So we'll see what Environment Canada does if they're going to extend that tornado warning to the south. That is possible. That's going to be up to them, but we'll see what happens. We will know immediately, though, when it gets updated here. I think we update polygons every 20 seconds, but we're actually going to improve that, too, where we're able to update it every second or something like that. It's going to be very, very fast. So it looks like severe thunderstorm warning has now been issued on the thunderstorm that is southwest of Rocky Mountain House, and this is in Alberta. Let's just see which way it's going. And so it's slowly stretching to the northeast, and probably going to head up there just based on the motion of these previous storms. As it's trying to head to the northeast, kind of maybe up towards the Edmonton area, although these are famous for going northeast and then turning right. So maybe Red Deer, maybe somewhere between Edmonton and Red Deer, is going to see this storm as it starts to turn right. So we'll see if they do turn right. This is kind of a classic motion that happens in that area with these storms as they develop, but we'll have to see what they do. And once that one really gets cooking, then we'll go live on Facebook in Alberta. But it's still pretty early there. It's only, 5:23 in Saskatchewan. It's 6:23 in Manitoba and 7:23 in Ontario at the moment. But this is just a beastly supercell. Only a 4% tornado risk, it's not super low. We've seen tornadoes at 3% before. So usually below that, we don't often see them. But 4% still has a chance. We're not seeing super duper strong rotation, but we are seeing very, very strong wind pattern here, which almost looks like it could be a microburst or a downburst on the southwest side of the storm. Which is just as dangerous as a low end tornado. When you have winds at 100 kilometers an hour, that's going to throw trees around. And I always say, when trees are falling around you, you're not like, is that a microburst or is that a tornado? You don't care. You just don't want to be there. So, yeah. Kevin says 90% severe hail threat. Yeah, it's super high. 89% severe hail risk. That was ridiculous. Super high, and 50% severe wind risk, so that's very high as well. But still, 4% tornado risk. It's not completely out of the question, but nonetheless, this is a dangerous storm. So if you're in the path of it, you're going to be wanting to seek shelter. And it looks like it's moving kind of basically due south at the moment. See, it's kind of trying to stretch a little bit to the right, and that's what the storm arrow is trying to pick up on. But as you can see, it is actually, the overall storm structure is moving due south, a little bit to the southeast. You can see it kind of cuts off here. But you can see this big outflow boundary in green. When you're looking at raw data, you can actually see the outflow boundaries on radar. Normally, they get filtered out on most apps. Most common apps filter those like low readings out, but we have the full spectrum of the raw data, and that's why it's really nice. So we can actually see stuff like an outflow boundary, and you can start to see when the outflow boundaries interact. You can actually see the outflow boundary over here. You see it just floating right here. It's going against the grain. So you see most of the precipitation is moving to the right, and you can actually see the outflow boundaries moving to the left at the same time. You can kind of see those layers on radar, which is pretty cool. Pretty interesting to see. So let me hit stop here, and let's see what we're at here now. So 3% tornado risk on this storm that is still in Saskatchewan, 54% severe hail risk on it, and a 19% wind risk. And that is heading towards Rocanville. I think it's Rocanville. But somebody in the comments will clarify. As they always do, as I get trained at all times. And Kevin says storms are producing out of the boundary. Yeah, producing off the boundary for sure. Yeah, they're popping off the boundary, and then they're riding the boundary as well, too. So it's pretty interesting to see how this is developing. Oh, boy. Let's see here. Interesting. There's been a lot of flooding in Ontario. I saw some photos out of, Gravenhurst, Brennan, where people were in their like floaties floating around in the dirty water.
I shared that in the team chat.
Yeah, that's not a great idea.
Although that plaza like floods all the time. It's basically known for that.
I see. It's usually like if you're in like a big city, you don't want to go into those waters because it's filled with feces and all this kind of stuff. But maybe the water out there, maybe it's not as bad. It's hard to say for sure, but I'd still be questioning what the heck's happening in that water. I don't know if I'd be grabbing the snorkel or the snorkeling device and going diving in there. I'd say that's probably not a good idea. Unfortunately, the Bethune radar.
They extended the tornado warning in Manitoba.
Oh, good. Yeah, that makes sense.
But I assume
to the south.
To the south.
I'll just hit refresh, and I bet you we'll see exactly where it's going. Yeah, you're right. They extended it to the south and to the east. So to the south and to the east. So Verdun just got a tornado warning, which makes sense because the storm's kind of heading down in that direction. And they're starting to see a little bit less of that strong wind outflow and a little bit more potential rotation here. I'm going to go back down to tilt 1 and see. Tilt 1's still pretty noisy. But, I mean, this is a big supercell. It's got a little bit of a tail here, a little bit of a hook. So we're watching that one closely. Again, I was just about to say the Bethune radar is down, unfortunately. So if you click onto the Bethune radar in Instant Weather Pro, you'll notice the time here is 5:18, and you'll notice the date is Wednesday, August 14th, because this data that's the last frame we got from Bethune radar before it shut down. So that radar is down, and so we do not have access to that. Thankfully, there's not too much happening in that area. It's more towards the Fox Warren radar, so thankfully it's covering it very well. The Radisson is still up, but there's nothing too much going up there. And then we have the Medicine Hat, or the Schuler radar, and that's covering this little cell west of Swift Current, Saskatchewan at the moment. And let's just see which way it's going. And see, that storm track's perfect. It's telling you exactly which way it's going. In fact, not perfect. It's kind of moving a little bit more northeast. But again, I'm going to ask our dev. I'm going to make it so that in our staging version of it, we can actually adjust the storm tracks in real time. So it'd be cool to just grab the storm track and then just turn it to the way the storm is actually moving. So yeah, I think that'd be helpful. If we could adjust it in real time, and then it could put it back into the database and it could fix it. So that would be great. Yes, they have extended the tornado warning in Manitoba down to Verdun. So you can see the tornado watch here all the way around. That goes from Manitoba into Saskatchewan, right on the Manitoba-Saskatchewan border. And we are watching these storms closely. iPause Cat says, what about the one by Ottawa that looks like a minor hook? Yeah, I didn't see any strong velocity over there, so it's probably not too much, but I'll go take a peek. Do you mean this one? Yeah, it's kind of got like a hook look to it, but there's like zippity-doo-dah on velocity. There's no rotation at all. Again, there's a little bit of funnel cloud potential here, but it's not that strong at this point in time. It's getting weaker as we get into the evening hours in Ontario. And then there's a few different little cells down here in Ontario, but none of them look that exciting. There's something maybe going on here, but probably not. It's at a weird part of the storm. I'll have to keep an eye on that one, but we'll keep poking over to Ontario. It's possible that brief land spout has weakened here, the one near Hagersville. That was west of Caledonia. It has tracked to the south, but it looks like it's getting even weaker now. So hopefully it's just fizzling out. That would be great. We don't want to see any land spout tornadoes out this way, but it's certainly possible that there could still be maybe some funnel cloud potential, maybe, but probably not. Ontario is looking more and more boring as time goes on, which is good. We like boring. We don't want things to get too significant. But speaking of not boring, is this an 89% severe hail risk, a 3% tornado risk. So the tornado risk actually did go down a little bit on that one, but I would still be taking this storm very seriously. If you're in Kirkella, if you're in Two Creeks, if you're in Wallace Woodworth, if you're in Verdon, then I would say you probably want to be taking shelter with the storm. If not, take shelter with the storm. We just got an update on storm risk, and let's see if the percentages have changed at all. So 5% tornado risk, so it has gone up a little bit. So we'll see what happens with that one. But there is a tail on that supercell. It is tracking to the southeast, so it is certainly a problem. We do have a reporting page, by the way, or reporting group, sorry. If you're in Manitoba, you can join Manitoba Storm Reports, and that is a great place to come over and share your updates, to share your reports. It's a great place to see the community reports as well too. And we do have a group for Saskatchewan, so we have Saskatchewan Storm Reports. We do have a Facebook group called Alberta Storm Reports, and we have one in Ontario called Ontario Storm Reports. And actually, we have one in Atlantic Canada called Atlantic Canada Storm Reports. So we've got 5 storm reporting groups so far, and we'd like to do more. We'd like to do one in Quebec, and we would like to do one in BC as well too. So we'll get to that point, but at this point in time, we've got the 5, and the 5 is it's a challenge. It's a challenge to run 5 groups. Not to mention, we have like 120 Facebook pages. So we have one for every province and every state. Actually, we've got multiples for some provinces. So for example, we have Instant Weather Manitoba, and then we have Manitoba Stormwatch. So we have that for Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, and Ontario. We have the double pages. And then we've got a group for all of those provinces as well too. So there's that. Groups are a little bit more difficult to maintain than a page. Whereas a page is, we're the only ones that post content, and we do have to do some monitoring on like spam comments and stuff like that. But those are relatively easy to deal with. With groups, it's a little different. Our Ontario group is now at 337,000 people. So anybody in that group can post a report, which is great.
Yesterday we just
passed a third of a million. Yeah, so we just hit 333,333. So yeah, so a third of a million people on that page, and anybody can post. So it's a lot of maintaining. We have wonderful team members that are doing all of the difficult work. I chime in as much as I could. I did a whole bunch of approvals and a whole bunch of like declines today on that group because it was pretty off the hook for sure. So that was interesting. But in our Alberta group, I think our Alberta group is about to pass. In fact, I'm forecasting, we're weather people, so we forecast stuff. But I'm forecasting that both on the Ontario group and the Alberta group are gonna supersede the Facebook pages in number of people. So so I think Alberta Stormwatch is about 167,000 people.
Yeah, I just checked 168, and then Alberta Storm Reports is 160.
Yeah, so it's like one big event. It's like basically today. It's today away from passing. So, and same thing with Ontario Stormwatch, which is like 340,000 people, and the group is like 337. Yeah. So Stormwatch something like that. Wasn't it 350?
Is it 350? 380 now, or almost 380 now? Almost a 4K.
Okay.
400K.
Okay, so maybe it's climbing at about the same speed. But I have a feeling Alberta is going to get taken over. Oh, they have done a severe thunderstorm warning on this storm now, west of Swift Current. So that is a new update here. And what's the percentages here? 45% severe hail risk, 1% tornado risk on that cell, 7% wind. It's riding this outflow boundary. You can see it's almost a stationary outflow boundary. And this storm is popping up off of it and stretching to the northeast. So we'll see what it does. I don't know if it's going to turn right maybe and go towards Swift Current. It's possible, but not for sure. It might head up towards Canada.
Warning 90km/h wind gusts and nickel-sized hail for that storm.
Cool. You know what's going to be really nice, Brennan, is later during this stream, most likely, all of a sudden, I'm going to click here, and you're going to see a box of all the details every time.
Now you're jinxing it. Maybe it won't.
No, I'm not jinxing it. He's done. Our developer is done. He's done. He finished it on Friday. But then he took the weekend off, of course. So it's like, all right, go take the weekend off. And I'm like, and then I just messaged him because he's in Australia. So I just messaged him and said, because he just woke up at he woke up at 2 hours ago or something. But I messaged him and said, hey, any chance you can push that to staging today? And he's like, yep, I'll be doing that today. I'm like, sweet. So, yippee-yi-yo-ki-yay, let's go. I'm stoked to all of a sudden see those details. Now it's not going to be like, hey, Brennan, can you go check what the details are on that particular polygon? Now it's just going to be like, click, there's the details. So life just got easier for Brendan. He's happy. I'm assuming he's happy. It's just pure silence. That's all I get. Pure silence from Brendan. Okay.
Yeah, I'm happy. I was just figuring something out because Patricia said my mic volume's a little too low.
Oh, a little too low? It seems fine for me. It seemed okay, but I mean, it's hard for me to compare what it's like on the outside because I'm like directly monitoring my mic, so I don't know what it sounds like processed and blah, blah, blah. So, Nikki says, Adam, should Elkhorn take shelter? Let's go find Elkhorn. Another great thing we can do here is just click on the search bar. You can't see, I always zoom this in so you can see the city names better, but let's click on the search bar and go Elkhorn. Oh, Elkhorn. Elkhorn, Manitoba. I'll go down and click on it. And, oh yeah. Yes, Elkhorn should be taking shelter. That is, all I had to do was zoom in slightly instead of searching, but whatever. Anyways, yeah, for sure. Elkhorn is like if there was going to be a tornado on this storm, it would be like right here. And Elkhorn is right here. And this just updated. 4% tornado risk, 85% total severe risk. Yeah. So it has, some of the totals have come down a little bit, but yeah, if there's going to be a tornado in this storm, it's going to be right here on the hook, right in the notch of the hook, right in here. This is the bear's cage right here. So Elkhorn, yeah, I'm going to say Elkhorn should be taking shelter 100%. Let's see here. Teresa says Ottawa Hook still isn't doing anything. Probably not. How's the Ottawa Hook? I'll go take a peek at your Ottawa Hook here. One sec. We're doing a cross Canada live stream today, folks. So we appreciate your patience as we go from province to province. This Ottawa storm looks like a whole bunch of nada, unless for some reason there's a funnel cloud report or something. I'm looking all over the place looking for funnel cloud reports. I don't see anything. But yeah, I mean there could be, but overall the chances are low. There is this one little cell. We did have a landspout tornado reported on this one. And it looked pretty weak, but most landspouts are relatively weak. Some of them, especially in Alberta, they get pretty nasty. They can probably get up to EF1, maybe even EF2 level. So even though they're not a classic supercell-based tornado, when you're dealing with anything that's that strong, it doesn't matter how it was recreated. Nobody cares about how the storm was created. You care about the fact that it's dangerous. So, yeah, that makes sense to me. Let's see here. We're still covering Riverfest in Elora right now, and I think that's my job right now to cover them. All I see is thumbs up from them right now because it's getting clear on radar for them, looking pretty clear. I'm gonna message them right now. Should probably give them updates. I know I'm live streaming, but I'm just gonna message them and say, looking fairly clear. Light rain. This is for Elora, Ontario. Light rain possible. And maybe a bit of moderate rain. Moderate rain mixed in. But it's looking much better than before. I told them I think I said 7:30, 8:30-ish. It's going to start to clear up, and that's pretty much where we're at now for them. So, all right, let's focus on the tornado warning right now. We still have a tornado warning that has been extended. Verdon, I would definitely be taking shelter with that one. It's coming in hot. It's heading in towards the Verdon area. I mean, even just for the hail risk alone, but the damaging wind risk and a potential tornado risk with this one. I haven't seen any reports of it on the ground. I just saw, someone said I just saw a tube on it, but no, I don't think so. I'm looking at a photo from it from 5 minutes ago. I don't see anything touching the surface from what I can tell, but there's a really low hanging wall cloud. So for those who wonder, the process kind of goes like this. Big storm. This is the supercell process. We go big storm, then we go lowering, then we go rotating lowering, which is called a wall cloud. So when you see a big storm and you see that kind of like big lowering below the parent cell, you see this big lowering down there, and it's rotating. That's called a wall cloud. The next step would be a funnel cloud that usually comes out of the middle of that wall cloud, sometimes to the side, but sometimes to the middle. And then eventually, if that funnel cloud touches the ground, now you've got a full supercell tornado on the ground. So that's kind of the process, basically. So wall cloud is like one step away from funnel cloud. Funnel cloud is one step away from tornado. So, and then you get your tornado. That's right. Exactly. Miss Esri says, I've learned a lot from watching these live streams, or these streams. Thanks, Miss Esri. You've been very helpful as well, too. We appreciate it. Serena says, is Glenborough's area safe? Let me go double check. Let's see, we did get an update on this one. The tornado risk actually went down to 3, which is interesting, but there's still a big nasty hook on this thing. I would still be taking shelter. It could still happen at 3%. We saw it in Niagara, in the Niagara region quite recently. That was 3%. We had multiple tornadoes. So let's see here. What was it again? Glenborough? Let me see. Glenborough, Manitoba. I like just flying over to you. Yeah, you're totally fine right now. You're good. The storm is well west of you, and it's moving kind of south. So you're rock solid right now. You're not even any alerts. I click on the map. I see nothing. No alerts. No nothing. You're good right now. Glenborough's fine. You're all good, Serena. Amazing Person 3409, where have you been? We've been live streaming so many times, and I'm surprised you haven't been around. Probably because I'm bugging you trying to figure out who you are. But because I have a feeling I know who you are, but probably don't. Chances are I don't. It'd be nice if you just said, you have no idea who I am. And then I'd be like, okay, great. And I'll just know you as Amazing Person 3409. But then I'm probably not going to believe you. Anyways, it says, not surprised by that land spout. The non-supercell tornado parameter got up to an 8 around Long Point. Yeah, it was maxed. Maybe not maxed, but it was really high. That's pretty high. So if you watched the live stream, was it yesterday, Brendan? I think it was yesterday, right? Yeah. The days are blurring. But if you watched that live stream yesterday, I was talking about how I had to go perform at a wedding, but I ended up doing that. It was near Midland. It was Port McNichol or something like that. Port McNichol. Took me about a half an hour from Barrie to get there. And then I went and played a bunch of songs. Just like acoustic. They were like, do you want to plug into the PA and all this kind of stuff? I was like, nah, I'm just going to pull up a chair in the middle of the dance floor. Everybody's like crowded around. It was like this like quaint little wedding with like maybe like 70 people or something. And everybody kind of just crowded around, and I just played like a cappella. I just played like with my acoustic and just sang really loud, and everybody was into it, and it was a great time. It was really fun. So it's pretty cool. I wasn't the official like act. I was just like a friend of the family, and they're like, hey, they're like, can you please come? Blah, 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 blah. And I was like, all right, I'll come play a couple songs. So it was fun. I had a good time. Let's see here. Rose says, is Verdon safe? No, you're not. I would say there's a big giant supercell heading your way. So I'm going to go ahead and say you probably want to at least be getting prepared to take shelter right now. If not already getting into your safe place in the basement kind of thing. The storm's moving pretty slow though, so it's not in Verdon yet. But if you hang out with us, we'll let you know exactly what it is. These are 6-minute radar updates, and we get them about 2 minutes before every other pro app. We process them 2 minutes faster. Because, we call ourselves instant weather. We try to be as fast as we possibly can. So I would say now's the time to round up the family. Where's the dog? Where's the cat? where's the whatever other animals you have? Round them up. Start to like tell them what's going on. We like to, in our family, we use the term cinnamon. And now all the time it's like, oh, is it cinnamon time, Adam? And I'm like, yeah, it's cinnamon time. So we use the term cinnamon as like a safe word of like, cinnamon means, instead of saying we need to go to the basement because of this tornado, we just say it's cinnamon time. And that means we're going downstairs. We're going to the basement. So, yeah. So it looks like the severe thunderstorm warning has been extended from what I see on my left monitor there. In Alberta, it has been extended. So let's see here. And it'll update. It updates every 20 seconds, but because this is a website, I'm just going to hit F5, and I'm going to update it myself. Bam. Update. And go. See? There you go. So they've extended the severe thunderstorm warning over towards Rocky Mountain House. I don't know if the storm is actually going to go into Rocky Mountain House. If it keeps going the direction it's trying to go, it's going to miss to the west. But again, these supercells are famous for going that way and then making a right turn. So this supercell could try to stretch.
Thinking.
And that's probably what they're thinking. Yeah, I mean it's going into this area, so they had to include this whole region. But yeah, it might turn to the east. It might. It's already starting to kind of shimmy a little bit east. A few bins to the east, a few pixels to the east. So, yeah, and there's already something going on with the velocity here, with the winds. There's already, I don't know if this is a little couplet or it's just noise, but it's sure in the right spot. 72 on one side, 52 on the other. This could be the beginning. Let's go a little bit higher up in the storm. Whoa, tilt 2 looks grumpy. Let's look at tilt 3. Lots of strong winds. Tilt 4, there's a lot of upper level support. A lot. Look at this tilt 4. That is a lot of upper level support. 95. Let's see here. 48, 91, 113. There's a lot of upper level wind support in Alberta. So, yeah. And this is the storm we're looking at right now west of Rocky Mountain House in Alberta. But tilt 2 is definitely building some rotation. I have a feeling it's not going to be long until they consider a tornado warning on that one. But we'll see. It's still quite a distance from Rocky Mountain House at the moment, so we'll see how that does develop. Here is the storm in Saskatchewan, the severe thunderstorm warned storm west of Swift Current. For Velro areas, you're going to see some big-time hail risk, a little bit of wind risk, and a tiny, tiny bit of a tornado risk on that cell. So Velro, Hazlitt, it looks like the storm is slowly tracking to the northeast. We don't talk about flooding enough with these storms. We usually talk about the wind, we talk about the hail, we talk about the tornado risk. But when these storms are moving this slow, these are 6-minute updates, and I've got animation on 6 times speed. So this storm has basically gone nowhere. I mean, it has kind of moved a bit, but this is like an hour of animation, and it's gone from here to here. So definitely a flooding risk with these storms as they're hanging over the same area for a long time. Let's go over to the tornado warned storm here again. Oh, they dropped the tornado warning on it. Interesting. Even with this big hook. Okay. That's... Really? Okay. Well, they dropped the tornado. Or did they drop it? Yeah, they must have, because there's a severe thunderstorm warning here. It'd be one or the other, right? So,
yeah, but I'm not sure why that one to the north is still tornado warned, because there's nothing there.
Maybe from this cell? Why would it... No, that doesn't make any sense. So they drop... Did they drop the wrong tornado warning? No. They would have had to very carefully... No, they couldn't have. I don't know. There's a lot of... There's quite the signature going into the storm still. It's still got a big old hook. Let's see where we're at for percentage. Well, only 3% tornado risk, so the tornado risk is coming down a bit. But it's still got a big hook. Oh, our storm arrow. Slowly working its way to be southeast. It's taking its time. I'm surprised they dropped the tornado warning. That I'd still be taking severe thunderstorm warning seriously on the storm.
Just drop the one to the north too.
Oh, okay.
Should be disappearing soon.
I see. I'll just hit refresh. It'll be gone, right? Oh, we just got a new update. Okay, the hook is diminishing. Yeah, you're right. The tornado warning is gone. In fact, it's not. The severe thunderstorm warning is gone too. So they've dropped this to be just a severe thunderstorm warned storm, which is interesting. There's still some rotation here. So maybe that's just on the outflow boundary. But yeah, okay. Anyways, we'll take a look at that. But Verdon's probably going to get some hail, maybe some strong winds here. So, Janice says play golf with Max Velocity and Connor. What, like VR golf? Oh, Maple Syrup said, you mean Verlo, not Velro. Oopsie. My bad. My bad. Hunter says, will Edmonton get some storms tonight? Maybe. They're kind of looking like they want to go that way. So maybe. It's not for sure, but it's possible. This storm is starting to look pretty nasty, though. 65% severe hail risk heading into Rocanville. There is a little bit of a tail on this storm as well, too. Let's see. Not very much rotation in that area at all, but still looking like a pretty nasty cell. And then there is some development here south of Russell. Okay, that one's going to the east. As you can see, 0.01% tornado risk. Nothing there, but a little bit of strong winds. Just a clarification, landspout tornadoes will not show on the AI or machine learning storm risk percentages. That's why we actually added 0.01 to cover our butts, because it will not show for that. We just got an update here, 4% tornado risk, 46, 83% severe hail risk. So still a really nasty storm. So big time hail is possible heading into the Verdon area, Wallace, Woodworth, heading south of Elkhorn at the moment. And there's still something going on here. But there are a bunch of spotters on that storm, and they know that there's no tornado on it right now. And so Environment Canada is taking that into consideration, of course. And they have dropped the tornado warning, or they've downgraded the tornado warning to a severe thunderstorm warning. But yeah, I'd still be paying attention to that storm. It still looks pretty nasty. Oh, they play real golf. Oh, cool. Where do they play golf? I'm not sure I don't even know where Max Velocity is located. But he's pretty cool. I like Max. I like Evan Freiberger, Max, Ryan Hall does a great job. All the streamers down in the States, they rock it. Ninja Panda says, still looks mean, to be honest. Yeah. Oh, they're in Florida? Oh, well, of course they golf then. They could do it all year. Winter golf is a little sketchy here. I've thought about it, though. I used to be actually relatively into golf. I was terrible at it, but I was relatively into it. And I don't know, I'm clicking on Bethune, it's down. But and then I started brainstorming like, how can we golf in the winter? You do like an orange ball maybe, or even if you could have a GPS tracked ball so you know where it is, because it's going to be in the snow somewhere and you're never going to find it. But then you can like dig it out of the snow and like just use a different color ball, says Largo. Yeah, like use like a bright orange ball. But you know it's going to like fall down and just go into some snowbank and you're never going to find it. So if you could have a GPS tracked ball, that would be sweet. Ryan says, just watched your podcast with Storm Freaks last week. Good show. Thanks so much, Ryan. Appreciate it. That was interesting. Yeah, I went to play a song for them, but I had my noise canceling on, so I had to play the song again. So yeah, that was brutal, but it's okay. It worked out fine. I had to play it the second time. I figured it out. And then, the second time, I forgot to turn my guitar on. And then I stopped myself really quickly. Brennan, none of my text messages are going through to Riverfest. Every time it stops. Can you send him a message and saying Adam's text messages aren't working?
Yep.
Wait, it might go through. I'm trying to send it right now. Did it go through? I'm going to put,
I don't
sent
see
that
it on my end.
No, I'm just sent it now. I sent that 10 minutes ago, but it didn't go through. Didn't go through.
That just went through on my end.
Okay. There. Did you get that one too? I sent that message 10, 15 minutes ago, but it didn't go through. Let me know if you got that.
Yeah, I just got one.
Spectre says, did you pay your phone bill? I think I did. Oh, it still has the green line like going through. We'll wait until it goes. Maybe if I'm holding it, I like make a better antenna. Okay, it went through when I held it. I have to hold it. Yeah, the cell phone service in this basement is not great. Although I have the thing where like it uses my Wi-Fi or whatever. You know the thing where it uses your Wi-Fi to send messages? So it should work fine, but I don't know. Nikki says, can you show Elkhorn again? It's worse now. Yeah, I can take a look. I want to take a quick peek at this storm first. Yeah, it's starting to rotate a little bit. I think Alberta could get pretty nasty. Brendan went significant on his forecast map, went red. Looking pretty grumpy there, so we'll see what happens. Let's see here. I'll go take a look at... Where did Elkhorn go? Aren't you right here? Oh, yeah, you're literally under the storm. I mean, you're under the storm right now. So it's probably pretty nasty. Probably. But, yeah, I mean, it's 47% severe wind risks, 87% severe hail risk on that storm. It's a pretty grumpy, severe thunderstorm. So, it looks like it's almost done for Elkhorn. It should be moving out, but there's probably some pretty strong winds there for sure. Kevin says, what's the environment for the significant 15% risk today currently, if there's time to show? Can you clarify what you mean? Are you talking about the Storm Prediction Center in the States? Or are you talking about something else? Does EC do PDS tornado warnings? They don't call them PDS. They can do a tornado warning where they say, basically they do tornado warnings, and then they do tornado warnings where in the details it says, like, violent tornado reported. But there's either a tornado warning or a tornado warning where it says reported. One says radar confirmed, one says reported. But that's it. I don't think they go past that. There's no tornado emergency for Canada at this point in time. Teresa says, no problem. I'm in Pembroke watching our area on Instant Weather Pro. Nice. Sweet. Thanks for subscribing. Appreciate it. Hopefully you're enjoying it as much as I do. Rogue says, tornado warning / watch for Griswold, Manitoba. You sure about that? I don't think there's any tornado warnings active at this point in time, Rogue. There is a watch for sure.
Warnings.
Yeah, there's no active tornado warnings at this point in time. Only a watch right now. But no warnings. Just to clarify. Hey, look, the Storm Arrow finally figured it out. Little guy, you did it. You did it. It's going that way. It's still kind of going due south, but I'll take southeast.
Until it changes again in another minute.
Yeah, I'll take southeast. I'm happy with that. Nikki says, thanks, you're very welcome, Nikki. How's everything there? Let us know. Hopefully you're okay. Brennan, do you have your forecast map? Can we bring that up on the screen? Can you add that to StreamYard when you get a chance?
Yeah, I can bring it up once again.
Whoa, I just saw an interesting report on Twitter from Ontario of a monster wall cloud. It was earlier today at 5:30 in Fournier, Ontario. That's a nasty looking wall. I don't know if it's rotating, but it sure looks like a big rotating wall cloud. Hard to tell in the video, though. Yeah, it looks like there's spotters, as there always is. Oh, perfect. Can you do a full screen, please? Why did it only replace me? That was weird.
Because I added it through OBS. I didn't put it on StreamYard, but I can do that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, if you can just put it on StreamYard and then just go full screen with it. Because it's basically impossible to read those city names right now.
Right.
At least for me, I have it like windowed.
There we go.
There we go. Perfect. All right. I'm going to make that full screen so we can talk about this forecast map. So this is Brendan's forecast map for today. On the very left side, you can see Alberta. In the middle, you can see Saskatchewan. And on the right, you can see Manitoba. So let's talk about Alberta first. Of course, that's our highest risk right there, significant level 4. It's not our highest risk on the map. We go to an extreme level 5, which we very rarely use. But in this case, we've gone to a level 4, which is quite high. And so basically from Rocky Mountain House up to Drayton Valley and southwest of Edmonton, we have a significant risk. It's a very isolated area where the significant risk is. But outside of that, with the number 3 in orange, we do have Edmonton, Leduc, Red Deer, Olds, and Edson that are included in the strong severe risk, which is still, it's still something to take seriously. It's strong severe risk for those areas today. Environment Canada, as you probably saw on the pages earlier, I posted that Environment Canada has a tornado risk in those same areas today, including Edson, Edmonton, and down to Red Deer and Olds. And so we have to be cautious with that, of course. And then we go a little bit outside of that and into the 2 area, which is yellow, so Westlock, White Court, Not really Banff, but Calgary, Airdrie, and Camrose and West. They're all in a slight risk, so you might see a storm there, you might not. I mean, even in the strong risk, you might see a storm, you might not. But in the yellow, so it's a little bit less of a risk, and then in the green, it goes all the way down to High River, all the way over to Hinton, and includes areas outside of the yellow that is our marginal, so kind of a low risk, and so chances are you might see a storm, you might not. If you do, there's a small chance it could be severe. Down in the deep southeast, we have Medicine Hat inside of a low risk, and then just east of Medicine Hat is close to the border is going to be a yellow slight risk as well. So moving into Saskatchewan, we do have a strong risk for Yorkton, for Carnduff, Carlisle, Moosomin, Melville areas, Kamsack as well too, and Wynyard and Hudson Bay. But outside of that, you've got Tillsdale and Estevan in the yellow area, which is a slight risk, which is labeled number 2. And then we have a kind of a low risk across much of southern Manitoba that includes, of course, Moose Jaw, Regina, Assiniboia, Outlook, Saskatoon, North Battleford, Prince Albert, etc. So if you're in the marginal green risk, chances are slim that you're going to see some severe thunderstorms, but it's not entirely out of the question. But the main risk, of course, is to the east, where there is currently a tornado watch and some strong storms there. So east of that, when we go to Manitoba, east of that, when we go to Manitoba, same thing. Orange is going to be your strong severe risk, and that includes Russell, Roblin, Verdun, and of course we have strong storms there right now. And then in the yellow areas, Dauphin, Brandon, those areas have potentially a slight risk. And then east of that, a very skinny marginal risk there, which concludes Nipawa, and so we might see some severe storms a little bit further east into Manitoba, but we'll see. Other than that, you see the blue area, that just means non-severe thunderstorms are possible. And if you see the gray area, then that means basically Zippo, basically nothing for you there. So, so that's basically what's happening in that forecast. Thank you, Brendan, for putting that together. Could see some big-time hail today, could see some strong damaging wind gusts, and of course, we are dealing with a tornado risk for a few different areas today. So we're watching those closely, and we're going to have to see how these things develop this evening. So Verlo, not Velro. I don't know why I said Velro, but Verlo. I was thinking of Velcro, and then my brain took over and decided it was Velro, but it's actually Verlo. So the Verlo area, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning. Hazlitt area, and that storm is slowly but surely tracking to the northeast. Obviously, there's flooding risk with these storms, especially if you receive multiple storms today. Then you have a relatively good chance of flooding because they are dumping a boatload of torrential rain and they're moving relatively slow. But this is an interesting storm that we're watching right now west of Rocky Mountain House. Might be cool to take a look at the webcams to see what it's doing. I know there is some webcams in Rocky Mountain House right now as well. We can go take a peek at that. Uh-oh. Someone just posted on Twitter, it's starting to shift east. They already think this, so this might end up heading over towards Rocky Mountain House. It's doing a little bit of a shift. It might head up towards Ancona, Horberg, Alberta, but maybe towards Rocky Mountain House as well too. So we'll see what it does. But that's not the only storm we're expecting. We're expecting further development as well. So we'll see how that develops over the next little while. Of course, we have a severe thunderstorm warning down here near Victoria, BC. You don't see that often. And 6% severe hail risk, 9% total severe risk on that one. And that is moving to the northeast, slowly but surely. Might miss Vancouver there. And then we do have some more storms here south of Kamloops, southwest of Kamloops, down by Merritt, BC. And we've got 12% severe risk down there. Decent little storms. Maybe a little bit of hail risk down there. Some torrential rain, lightning, etc. So that's what's going on at this point in time. We've been live for 2 hours. That did not feel like 2 hours. I feel like I've been live for half an hour. Oh, yeah, sorry, Brennan, you went live before I even got on. So I'm like, there's no way that I've been chatting for 2 hours already. I'm like, there's no possible way time went that fast. And it turns out it didn't.
By the way, you're looking a little pixelated, and Patricia's even mentioned it.
Am I pixelated? It looks fine on StreamYard. What? My Rogers has been pretty garbage today. It's had its moments, so maybe that's why. I have both Rogers and Bell, so I could still switch to Bell if it is trash. But am I a little pixelated? Has anybody else seen that? Am I a little crunchy, a little pixelated here? Hello, I am pixelated. Am I? Let me know, just a bit. All right, I'm gonna hit refresh. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna refresh StreamYard. One sec. All right. Is that any better? Could be my shirt,
That
like from a
looks
distance.
a lot better on my end.
Oh, it's already better? Okay, cool. Little foggy. Like in my brain, or you mean like the stream? Deb, a little foggy. My brain might be a little foggy. It was a long night. Might be a touch foggy. A lot better now. Hooray! My brain's still foggy, but the live stream has cleaned up, so we're okay. All right.
She says it's a lot better.
My brain or the stream?
I'm going to speak for her and say probably the stream.
Okay. So much spam on Twitter. Please. Stop it. Just trying to look for reports. You really need to promote your TV or something like that in hashtag ABStorm? Please. Please stop. Oh boy. That's how it goes.
Yeah, Patricia says, yeah, definitely the stream.
Yeah, definitely stream, not my brain. Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. Appreciate it. So,
look at these. Tornado in bio.
Tornado in bio. Oh boy. All right. These storms still looking pretty darn strong, hugging the Manitoba-Saskatchewan border at the moment. Pretty darn strong. Yeah, I still think this has some potential here. 5% tornado risk on this storm. You've got what looks like rotation right at the hook. I think I'm going to do my own polygon now. I'm going to go rotation detected. Because I'm seeing rotation on that storm. So I'm going to let people know. Because that's what I do. I make the polygons. Which direction are we going here?
Into it, and they do mention the risk of a tornado on the severe thunderstorm warning for that storm.
Oh, okay, good. All right, well, that's something. I think it's becoming a bit more organized again, though. And we're finally actually seeing signs of rotation right near the hook. So there has been a new severe thunderstorm warning issued for the RM of Morse, including Herbert Morse, M-Fold, and Gould Town? G-O-U-L-D Town? Gould Town? And that is in Saskatchewan at the moment. I'm going to go rotation detected on this one because I'm seeing it. And I think this still has some potential to produce. So do a little polygon here down towards Pipestone. Up over around that storm. And let me just see here. Yeah, I'm going to do rotation detected. In the background, you can't see what I'm doing, but I'm drawing a polygon around that storm that is moving to the south. And I'm going to go rotation detected. We've detected rotation on this storm near Verdun. West of Verdun. Yeah. Storm that is located west of Verdun, tracking to the southeast. And the timing is 6:09? No, we're in Manitoba, so it's 7:09. Okay. Timing is 7:09. MB. Okay. All right. Looks good to me. Actually, I'm going to go 7:10 because it's going to be 7:10 in 5 seconds. So 710. Okay. So 710 in Manitoba. I'm seeing rotation on it, so I'm going to go post a polygon. Here we go.
Just want to bring up this interesting picture on Ontario storm reports of a wall cloud in Mattsville.
That is pretty low. 45 minutes north of Cornwall. That is pretty darn low. Was there a video too, or no?
I don't believe so, no.
Go take a peek at that. So I sent out that polygon. You will see it pop up on Instant Weather Pro. Let me just move this over here and give that a sec to populate. But I'm going to just fly over to Ontario quick. Looks like there was another severe thunderstorm warning in... Oh, that was that other severe thunderstorm warning in Saskatchewan as well. But I'm going to go double check on this. We'll take a look from the Montreal radar here. And that was in... where was that again? In Maxville? Which is somewhere in here.
I think that southeast of Ottawa.
I'll just do Maxville here. Maxville, Ontario. There we are. Right down here. Yeah, there's nothing exciting on radar. So if anything, sometimes you can get those really, like when it's really super humid, you can get those really low hanging things that look like wall clouds. But chances of it actually producing a tornado here seems relatively low. I'm not seeing anything supercellular over here at this point in time. The only thing that looks interesting is this little cell up here. That little cell east of Lac Echo has a little tiny bit of rotation right there. But it's going to be 0.01% tornado risk. I figured as much. So that's something to keep an eye on. But yeah, interesting. Probably want to scrap this one. This storm is still trying to wait towards Lake Erie in Ontario. So I still have the polygon there. I'll wait till it clears out, and then I'll drop that polygon about the reported land spout. This storm still looks pretty nasty. You can see my polygon now, which is right here. I did include Verdun, but the main risk is actually... Hey, look at our storm track! We did it, Brendan. We did it. We did it. The storm track is finally pointing in the right direction. Hooray!
Yeah, but don't jinx it, because it's going to go back north.
The next frame is pointing due north. Yeah, no, it's fine. It knows which way the storm's going now. Hooray. Took a while, but it figured it out. Okay. That's going south. I did see some rotation on there, so I put my little rotation polygon here. And so I'd still be paying close attention to that storm. If you are in Cromer, Wood North, Manitoba, east of Butler, east of Arbor. Oh, hello. Still got quite the signature right here. And there's data dropouts on it too. Looks interesting from Tilt 2. Still 5% tornado risk on that one. 88% severe hail risk, which is super high. 53% severe wind risk, which is very high. Anything above like 20 or 30 is pretty substantial. So that is heading to the south. And yeah, so again, if you're in Pipestone, Wood North, if you're west of Scarth, of course that would be Wood North. If you're near Pipestone, Ewart areas, Cromer areas, yeah, that's still heading due south, and that storm is looking pretty grumpy. So I would be paying close attention to that, likely, especially because those winds are increasing as well too. I'd be probably taking shelter in the path of that if you're right here. I wouldn't be messing around with that storm. For sure. Someone on Twitter was saying that the storm in British Columbia down by Victoria has a little bit of a waterspout risk, and yeah, that's usually the Strait of Georgia there usually has a few waterspouts each year. Seems to be a common thing, and once in a while they'll actually come onto land. Let's see what these storms are doing up here. This one near Welwyn, that's the right Welwyn, yeah, the one near Welwyn, Saskatchewan. Looking pretty interesting. Heading down towards Moosomin, and something going on here. Some minor rotation going on with that storm at the moment, and it's got a 2% tornado risk on it as well. There's a little storm popping up over here near Birds Point. Looking relatively weak at this point in time, but it could be kicking it up a notch. Let me just animate and see which way that's going. You can it's popping up off that. See that outflow boundary? You can really see that now. Remember we were watching this outflow boundary push this way, moving against the grain, and it's popping. You can see once those two interact, boom, that storm popped. So this should continue to produce storms as it tracks to the southeast. See, the storms south of it are all dying, but every storm that pops up off of that boundary is getting real exciting. So that's how we've had these particular storms here, all popping up off of this outflow boundary. We can see right here. So this big boundary all the way from Melville all the way down to Verdun, even south of Verdun right now. So yeah, that's pretty interesting. So we should see some more storms popping up in this tornado watch area of Saskatchewan. It's funny, every time we post like a forecast these days, there are so many comments that say, I just checked radar and there's no storms. Storms start at some point. They don't just travel from like Europe across the ocean and head this way. They often birth over Canada. So, yeah. So even though you don't see storms, doesn't mean they're not coming later. Just my little PSA there. Yeah. It happens so often though. And I think it's also because a lot of folks are using certain weather apps. I'm not going to say which one, but there's a certain weather app where they only move, if you notice, they only move past radar into the future. So if there's no storms in the past radar, there's no storms in the future. If you use our app, which is called Instant Weather, it's free, but there's also options to upgrade the future radar, so you get like 5 hours of future radar. We use a model, so models can create storms. They can understand that storms are going to generate, and so models are a little bit better. When there is no storms in the past, models are much better at figuring out where the storms are going to be in the future, as opposed to just moving the past radar and moving it forward. That stuff is somewhat useful, but not always great. Prime of the Apples says, what are the chances that Moosomin actually gets something? I think pretty good. It's right on top of you, wasn't it? Didn't you just see the storm you're talking about? Yeah, it's like literally right on top of you. What are the chances? 100% you're going to see a storm. I'm going out on a limb here. I should probably say like 99.9999998. But I'm going to go ahead and say 100% chance Moosomin is going to see a storm. It's not a hard bet. Here comes the storm. Here's Moosomin. Storm, Moosomin. If it hits a brick wall and fizzles out right now, then I'm just going to leave. That's it. I'm just leaving. I'll come back. I'll just be embarrassed. All right. Oh, I want to go check on Alberta. I think it's almost about time that we go live in Alberta, because that storm is starting to creep a lot closer to Rocky Mountain House. And once we get there, then it's probably showtime in Alberta, I think. Yeah, it's trying to go right. Look, it's trying to go right. It was going northeast, and now it's trying to stretch right. That might be going right towards Rocky Mountain House. I'm gonna go look for the webcam. 1 second here. Navcam. Let's see. I want to go find the Rocky Mountain House webcam. I found it, and I want to see if it can see anything. Not yet. Storm's too far away. Still too far away. Okay. Maybe soon. But right now, no. But we'll watch that closely. Those ones are moving slow. Big time hail risk there as well. Oh, we have video of that wall cloud? No video. Is it video or no video? I think it's no video. No, there's no video. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it might have been something. It just looks like a wall cloud. I don't see a funnel, but looks interesting. How long have I been standing up? I can't determine how long I've been standing up now. Oh, I can figure it out. Oh, I know exactly how to figure it out. I made that polygon for Ontario right before I jumped in the live stream. So if I go look at that polygon, it was right at So I've been standing up for an hour and 20 minutes. So it's almost time for me to sit down. I had this plan that I was going to go hour for hour. That's it. I'm doing hour for hour. We're going down. We're moving down, folks. I'll see you down there. Stole that from Ryan Hall. Switch into my chair. Alan says, "Oh, this is real. What am I missing?" I'm not sure what are you missing? Standing desk, standing desk. Dun, 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 dun. Standing desk. Now it's a sitting desk. That's better. I can just get cozy and sit here for the rest of the night. No. Okay, what time is it? All right, in 1 hour, I'm going to stand. In 1 hour and 20 minutes, I'll do the same thing. Hour and a half, that's my new rule. Okay, so okay. All right. Alan says, I thought this was something different. Is there new weather I'm not aware of? New weather? That would be a cool company name. We're going to have to start New Weather. Different from old weather. Sandra says, I stand for 8 hours. Oof. I've been there. I used to have 11-hour shifts, and I stood the whole time. Well, I didn't stand the whole time. I'd sit down any chance I got, but most of the time I had to stand. That was kind of brutal. Looks like a severe thunderstorm watch has now been issued for Drayton Valley, Devon, Rimbey, and Pigeon Lake in Alberta. So they're expanding the severe thunderstorm watch. Let's go back and take a look at our nasty storms here in Manitoba. Brennan, I jinxed it. Now it's going southeast. Actually, it is going southeast, though, so it's right. It's kind of heading towards Scarth, but only the forward flank downdraft is heading towards Scarth. The strongest part of the storm is still heading into Cromer, Wood North, Pipestone areas. Looking pretty grumpy right there. There is a huge 3-body hail spike. So this is producing probably some pretty big-time hail. Let's go zoom in street level here. 72 dBz, 73 dBz. That means hail. Big-time hail. This thing's probably chucking big-time hail right now, from what I can tell. Things are looking pretty clear for our friends in Elora. So that's good. Yeah, looking pretty darn clear over there. It's good for the concert goers in Elora, Ontario. We're covering their event right now. We do some event coverage for different concerts and stuff. Only a 3% tornado risk on this one right now. By the way, Moosomin, oh, you're getting it now. Because my 100%, I did a 100% forecast for Moosomin. You're going to see some precipitation. At least something. And Japan says Reed Timmer's a legend. He sure is. By the way, did you see Reed Timmer did a video? This is really interesting. He did a video about Twisters, the movie. So if you haven't seen the movie yet, there's a bunch of spoilers in it. And they mentioned that at the start of the video, that there's a bunch of spoilers in this. But basically, he goes through like 10 different things that happen in the movie, and are they real or are they fake? And something's real, something's fake, blah, 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 blah. But he got to the end. Oh, I can't. This might be a spoiler. Never mind. I'm not going to tell you. But anyways, go watch that video. If you've already seen the movie Twisters, go watch that video and look at and listen to the thing Reed says at the very end of the video. He talks about changing the way he's going to chase now because of that movie. He's going to do something different. And I was like, really? Teresa says, I saw that. Ryan says, say it. If people haven't seen the movie, though, it's going to be a spoiler, so I'm not going to do it. But if you have seen the movie, go watch that latest Reed Timmer video that talks about Twisters. And at the end, like, Miss Esri says, plugs ears. No, I'm not saying it. I'm not going to spoil. I did bring out the spoiler, though, on the Stormfront Freaks podcast. I talked about the same thing. On the Stormfront Freaks podcast that I was just on a couple days ago, I mentioned this, what Reed said, and I was like, really? It was kind of shocking what he said. So we'll see if he was just kidding or he sounded serious. I was like, okay, it's going to be interesting. Alan says, if you feel it, chase it. I've seen it twice now. I got to see it on the 17th, which was like 3 days before it even came out, or 2 days before it came out. And then I saw it in a private screening with the Northern Tornadoes Project in London. And that was pretty cool. They had a private screening just for their team, and I was fortunate enough to be invited to go watch it. And I got to see it for a second time. And there's a few things I picked up the second time that I missed the first time, but it's a fun movie for sure. I mean, it's not like, I mean, the original Twister is such a gem, even though there was so much wrong with that movie, like scientifically so much wrong with that movie, but it was still an absolute gem, you know, and you had so many incredible actors, especially, oh no, I'm going to mess up his name. He played Dusty. What was his name again? The big time hail fallen in Cromer. I just saw a report. Philip Seymour Hoffman, I think. Yeah, Philip Seymour Hoffman. I mean, it's like his goofiest role ever because he's such a serious actor, but he's such a great actor. But rest in peace, Philip Seymour Hoffman. He's amazing. In Japan, it said Dustin Hoffman. No, it was Philip, not Dustin Hoffman. It was Philip Seymour Hoffman. Are they related? Anybody want to Google that for me? Movie trivia night here at Instant Weather. Ninja Panda says, R.I.P. me. Spectre says, the gravy is an entire food group. That's right. Oh, I don't like the look of this, though. This is kind of wrapping up here. Right at the hook. Right at the hook, we've got rotation. That's why we did a rotation polygon on this. And as Brennan pointed out, the severe thunderstorm warning did mention a tornado risk still. So even though they dropped the tornado warning on the cell, I don't like the look of this right now. I think this is wrapping up, which is not great. I just refreshed that, hoping that, like, is our dev gonna push that yet? Come on, dev. Whoa, those are some pretty nasty videos. Oh, those are from Markham earlier. Whoa. Oh my goodness. Why is this guy outside in the video? Oh, and his hat flew off. Oh no. He's outside in some pretty strong winds there. It was in Markham, Ontario early. Oh no. This guy named George MacArthur is a total scammer. I'm going to block him. Can't ban a chat owner or moderator.
Yeah, I already got him.
You already got him? Brennan got him. Of course you did. Severe thunderstorm watch issued for Nordegg, Foresty Trunk Road, Highway 734, Rocky Mountain House, Caroline, in Alberta. So they're expanding the severe thunderstorm watch in Alberta, which makes perfect sense. And we've seen some, I just saw a report on Twitter of some pretty big-time hail in Cromer, Manitoba. Smaller than a golf ball, but certainly some big chunky hail. Hope everybody's staying safe with these pretty nasty-looking storms, especially the hail risk for sure that's happening. See some pretty big hail reported probably east of Cromer, I would assume. I don't know what the population of Cromer is. It looks pretty small, but definitely there's some... Oh, look at the storm track now. It is just perfect. I like it. All right, storm track. Nice to have Canadian storm tracks, eh? Yep, it's great. All right. I do have to check something in the background here.
Smith is bringing up a good point.
What?
Not sure if anyone else has been having issues, but I can't seem to actually determine what the polygons are for anymore.
Tornado warning.
Click on it and don't get pop-ups anymore.
Oh,
so I think that's
some other
an issue where you need to have the storm risk on.
Oh, you have to turn storm risk on.
Aren't clickable if you don't have that on. And
yeah, that's a
tornado warning that just came up.
I was going to say that. Well, yeah, they did re-tornado warn this storm now. So tornado warning now for Pipestone. Scarth is in the tornado warning, but you're not in the main risk. It's Pipestone area mainly. Ewart, Pipestone, Wood North, and east of Cromer. The storm is going kind of southeast at the moment. Actually, it's kind of going a little bit southwest. If you see it kind of tracking this way. That's going right towards Pipestone. So if you're in Pipestone, I'd be taking shelter immediately. If you're in Wood North, immediately. If you're east of Cromer, immediately. Scarth, you're probably okay from what I can tell here. I know you're inside the tornado warning, but You're definitely not inside the rotation. Winds are very weak over here. This is where the problem is right here. Wood North down to Pipestone. If you are anywhere near Provincial Road 255, and again, between Wood North and Pipestone, that is the area that needs to take shelter immediately. And this is in Manitoba. So, of course, we're live right now in Saskatchewan. We are live on YouTube. And, this storm up here is still looking pretty nasty. The Moosomin storm. Oh, look at this. My 100% forecast for Moosomin, you're getting a storm. Called it. I mean, it really wasn't that difficult of a forecast. It was more of a nowcast. I just saw a video on Twitter from Nick of the tornado warned storm. It is just ground hugging. Might be rain wrapped. From his perspective, it's hard to tell. But he's north of Cromer right now. Oh, he's looking at the backside of the storm. That's what it is. He's north of Cromer. So he is, he's up here. Where did it go? Oh, wait, I'm on the wrong storm. Sorry. He is up here. He's north of Cromer looking back at the storm. He can't really see exactly what's going on with it. But yeah, tornado warning again on this storm. It's looking pretty grumpy. Wood North, Pipestone area, Ewart, E-W-A-R-T. And then, you know who needs to be getting ready right now? Linklater, Reston, Sinclair, maybe Pipestone, but... Oh, wait. Why is there two Pipestones? Not again. That's a Pipestone? What's this? There's like nothing here. We might have some conflicting city name stuff again. I don't know if that's the actual Pipestone or not. Pipestone definitely is inside of the tornado warning. But which Pipestone is the real one? I think it's this one, because look. There's literally a town here, and it says Pipestone. So I think that's the real Pipestone. So this one might be incorrect. Yeah, we're going to have to go through the city database and update it. I think I can go get a new version of it, so. Yeah, tornado warning for sure. Heading south, nasty-looking storm, going due south right now. Linklater, Reston, anyone south of Wood North, Sinclair, Linklater, and Reston need to be getting prepared to take shelter right now with that storm coming in. It's coming in pretty hot. I would definitely be taking shelter with that storm right now. And then we've got this severe thunderstorm warning for Fleming, Moosomin. At the moment, Moosomin is in it. Confirmed forecast, Moosomin gets a storm. 100%. I called 100% on that one. Livy says, do I spy a Max Velocity fan? Yeah, Max is great. Max is great. Evan Freiberger's great. Of course, we all have watched and like Ryan Hall. There's a bunch of different streamers in the States that do a fantastic job. And so if you're watching down south, I'd be definitely following Evan Freiberger for sure, Max Velocity. Oh, of course, Reed Timmer. Reed Timmer live streams, and he has I forget his name, but there's a gentleman that live streams with him and kind of tracks radar while Reed is busy doing his storm chasing and all that kind of stuff. So really interesting to see those as well. But yeah, I would definitely be following Evan Freiberger. By the way, Brennan, do you remember the days when you'd click on a US radar in Instant Weather Pro and you weren't sure if it was going to show up or not, or sometimes it would be like an old frame? And now every time I click it, I feel so confident that it's going to load instantly, and it does, and it's the latest frame.
Yeah, it's definitely improved a lot.
Now, like 100%.
30 seconds to load a US
radar. Sometimes it would just hang for 30 seconds, yeah, but most of the time it'd be okay, but it would actually be the previous frame. And so it was a little bit slow. We were using level 2 data, but we've upgraded to level 3, and now it's just like instantaneous amazingness. And also the animation works immediately. So kudos to our dev team for improving that. Instant Weather Pro has improved so much. It's fantastic. So I love it. If you'd like to subscribe to it, by the way, you can head over to instantweatherpro.com. It's $99 for the year, which is equal to about $825 a month. And I think it's the best Pro Radar suite in Canada. It's a website, so it can run on computers. You can run multiple instances of it on, basically it's a Chrome tab. You can run a Chrome tab on this screen, a Chrome tab on that screen. You can run a bunch of different versions of it at the same time. And so you can track a bunch of different radars at the same time, which is great. Because every other Pro Radar app is an executable file if it's on your computer. So you can only run one at a time. So you can only look at one radar at a time. Whereas if you've got multiple monitors, you can have multiple radars with Instant Weather Pro. So it's very, very handy that way. Not to mention it loads Canadian radar faster than any other software out there that I've ever seen. We're usually about 2 minutes faster than the other Pro radar suites, and which is important. 2 minutes is a lifetime. When you're like waiting for that next frame of radar, if you want to wait an extra 2 minutes, then be my guest and use other Pro radar apps. But if you want the data for Canada, built by Canadians, faster, then you're going to want to get Instant Weather Pro. It's pretty awesome. So, yep. Teresa has to send out the instructions by hand, so please be patient with her as she sends those out. It takes she can sometimes get overwhelmed.
You step out for the night, so
that's true. She's true. So I might have to watch and send out the instructions myself here. So I might have to do that. Maybe we should probably have some of the other team members figure that. You know what? We're just about to switch over the whole thing to be automated. So yeah, it might be silly to start training everybody else how to send out the instructions. The instructions are pretty easy. You just have to like copy and paste an email, change the person's name at the top, copy paste the email, send it out. So yeah, that's I can do that pretty easy. So if anybody subscribes, if you subscribe, let me know in the comments, and then I'll go and I'll find your email and I'll send you the instructions. So it's all good. Dan says, I will cross to Windsor for poutine. Teresa says, Adam and staff, I was looking at my GPS for tomorrow, and I got a message there as a thunderstorm warning. Thank you for connecting with the GPS. Are you sure that was from us? Or was that maybe just a thunderstorm warning that came through your GPS system? It's probably directly from Environment Canada. I don't think that would have anything to do with us. Brad says, any updates on the new 3D software? Oh yeah, let's go take a look at some of these storms in 3D. Virtuweather and Instant Weather Pro are doing the same thing right now, where we're both building the login systems so that you can subscribe and then you can gain access to it. The login systems are almost finished. I would say Virtuweather beta is probably ready this week or next week at the latest. The thing we're doing for Instant Weather Pro is integrating it into our Instant Weather app. So if you have our free Instant Weather app, soon you'll notice that there's an option to subscribe to Instant Weather Pro directly inside of that. So everybody who subscribes inside of the app will get access to the website version, and vice versa. Everybody who subscribes to the website version will get access to the app version. Pro tip, the website version will be cheaper. And the reason being is because Apple and Google charge like 15%, in some cases 30%, depending on the company's revenue. But for us right now, it's 15% charge that they add to the price of it. So for some people, that's okay. But if you want to save money on the subscription to Instant Weather Pro, then I'd recommend subscribing to our website version, which will be $99 for the year. So I guess it'll be $114 for the app version. Yeah. So you might as well save the money. Yeah, makes more sense. Unless you just feel like giving Apple like $14. I mean, if you're just like, yeah, Apple really needs my $15 because they don't make enough money. You might want to do that. But long story short is I would definitely subscribe through our website. But both options will be available. So for some people, it's just easier for them to subscribe through the app. So you can do that too. It's up to you. It's all good. All right. So I want to go take a look at this storm in 3D, actually. This little isolated supercell that's west of Rocky Mountain House right now, heading up towards Horburg at the moment, under a severe thunderstorm warning from Environment Canada. That is the start of this Alberta severe thunderstorm situation we are dealing with. So we're going to have to see what happens with that. But right now we've got the one supercell developing at the moment. We've got a few fairly strong storms here. 65% severe risk. Fairly strong storms here in southwestern Saskatchewan. Then we've got some very strong storms here over in eastern Saskatchewan, over by the Manitoba border. So let's take a look at this here. That storm, where is this? This is near Bangor at the moment, about heading basically right into Bangor, and it's 29% severe hail risk, 13% severe wind risk on that one. Yep, there's that. And then there's this beast that just went through Moosomin, 4% tornado risk, 58% severe hail risk on that one, 41% severe wind risk. And yeah, Fleming. If you are in Fleming, is it Fleming, Saskatchewan, or is it Manitoba? I can't tell. It is Saskatchewan. This is the international border. International. This is the provincial border right here. If you're in Fleming, Saskatchewan right now, near Highway 600, these are very strong winds coming into your area at the moment. So I would be taking shelter with that storm right now. It's got like a little bit of a bow on it. It's going southeast, and it looks like some pretty strong winds on that storm at the moment. So I would be taking shelter in Fleming, just from those strong winds that could bring down some trees. Then we have this storm that is under a tornado warning at the moment, and it just is southeast of Cromer, south of Woodnorth, and it's heading down towards Reston. Finally, we have a perfectly due south storm track on that one. It's got some pretty strong wind signature here and I think there's two pipestones here. I think this is actually the real pipestone. I think this location was an error. So it looks like in southwestern Manitoba, we've got a couple of location errors that we need to fix. We're using a couple of different location databases, so I can just swap them out and it'll be fixed. So it's all good. But anyways, yeah, tornado warning for there. So if you're in Reston, if you're in Linklater, if you're in Sinclair, if you're in Ewart, Ewart, and if you're south of Woodnorth and southeast of Cromer, I would definitely be taking shelter in the path of that storm. Not only the giant hail that's probably producing, but also very strong wind gusts, and there is rotation on that storm. So 4% tornado risk on there. It might seem low, but it's actually not that low. It's anything above 2%. You know, we've had tornadoes at 3, we've had tornadoes at 4. So I would definitely be taking shelter with that particular storm. It is looking pretty grumpy. And then it's going to head eventually down towards Tilston, but it's still quite a ways away. But I'd be kind of preparing around Tilston, Storthoaks. If you're in the Storthoaks area, Tilston. If you are in Carnduff, maybe. Argyle, maybe. It's hard to say. It's taking its sweet time, so it's moving slowly. We've got a lot of time to track it to see which way it's going. This is kind of turning into a supercell here that's going through Fleming, but Fleming's definitely going to get in some really strong wind gusts at the moment. If you're in Kirkella, I'd be sheltering in the path of this one. It's a pretty beastly storm at the moment. All the ones that were riding the boundary are looking pretty strong. So everywhere else in Manitoba, you look fine. Winnipeg's fine. Brandon's fine. Winkler's fine. Steinbach's fine. Portage la Prairie's fine, Selkirk, all those areas you're golden right now. These storms are moving due south, so they're not a problem for you. But I do want to go take a look at 3D on that, because isolated storms look the coolest in 3D, so I would like to take a peek at that. I would like Smith says I'm seeing a 74 dBz on that pipestone cell. That's going to be some big hail. That's for sure. Amanda says, can you take a look at the weather near Oak Lake and Griswold, please? I can. Oak Lake. Manitoba? Sure can. You're fine. You are... Let me just see. Yeah, you're totally good. The storm that's under the tornado warning is west of you. You may have got the tornado warning. Verdon may have received the tornado warning. By may have, I mean most likely did. Oak Lake, Griswold, those areas probably received the tornado warning. Let me know. Did you receive it on your phone? You probably did, just because you're close. You have proximity to a cell phone tower. See, if there's a cell phone tower in Scarth, for example, it's just broadcasting the tornado warning as far as it possibly can. And anybody nearby that can receive that signal is going to get the tornado warning. But so you're probably in Oak Lake thinking, uh-oh, do we need to take shelter? No, you're golden. You're fine. You don't need to do anything. Just to hang out on the live stream. Eat some storm nuts. I got storm nuts right here. All right. I'm going to drink some storm nuts. I don't recommend drinking nuts, because you could choke on them. But it's what I like to do.
Yeah, we need a do not do this at home warning label.
We need a banner. Do not drink nuts.
That could be taken out of context, though.
That's the point. Then it's just funny. Canadian Moose Knuckler says, there has to be a joke in there or something about these nuts. Don't drink these nuts. Yeah. We're gonna make our own instant weather brand of storm nuts. All I'm gonna do is just we're just gonna buy the President's Choice ones and take off the label and put on our own label. That's what we're gonna do. Is that legal? Can somebody look up? Is anybody a lawyer? Are we allowed to relabel the President's Choice nuts?
Let me know. You technically could, yeah.
What? Because you purchased it. Mm-hmm. So do you own the rights to it at that point? Like, it's your product, it's your item because you own it, and then so you can do whatever you want to it. Any lawyers out there? Help us out. We need.
Sounds impractical though.
We need a lot of work. Oh, Brandon, can you ask ChatGPT?
I think there's bigger priorities right now than can you.
I don't think there is. I think that's probably the top priority. I don't think there's a bigger priority than figuring out if we can relabel storm nuts. And then we'll like sign it or something. Then it'll have at least some sort of something. I don't know. Not value, definitely not value, but something. It'll be signed. Sign ours. Long as the name is changed, says Ryan. Ryan, do you have a legal background? Smith says, don't think you can relabel it. We're getting some conflicting legal advice here. Ms. Esri says, can we clip this for that neurospicy diagnosis we were talking about yesterday? I can't believe only 53% voted that I have ADHD. I'm undiagnosed ADHD. Pretty convinced I have it, but only 53% said ADHD. I mean, that's still a positive result. It won. It won, but I'm surprised 47% said no. I'm shocked.
Yeah, but they don't have to deal with you on a daily basis.
Thank goodness they don't. This is looking like it's starting to turn into like the dominant supercell here. It's really got a nice hook on it. 5% tornado risk on it, 72% severe hail risk. Kirkella, I know you thought you had to take shelter from the previous storm, but I think you're going to want to take shelter from this one. Yeah, it's stretching back southeast. It went down to 4% tornado risk, but I still don't like the look of it. It's got a big hook on it. Rotation's not that great. Really strong wind gusts going through Fleming. I don't like the look of it, though. It's definitely got that classic kind of supercell look to it. So it could be pretty nasty. Even if it's just the hail risk, definitely some hail in there, and the wind risk as well. Excuse me. Yeah. Iris brings up a good point. Says, I would say it's not a smart move. What if the product is recalled? Who bears responsibility? I mean, if the product got recalled, we would just also recall it.
I think that Brian actually says, happened with
no background.
A bunch of the plant-based milks that were recently recalled. Mm-hmm. Silk was recalled and Great Value because it was rebranded.
Oh. We'd probably have to cut a deal. Looks like the tornado... Oh, no. Is the tornado one still going? Oh, yeah. I was in the wrong storm. We'd probably have to cut a deal with somebody. Some sort of nut producer. We'd cut a deal with them to do like a branded deal kind of thing. I think that would be probably a better idea. Oh, this storm's looking interesting. There's one down here near Hodgeville, Saskatchewan. It's got something going on. Let's take a look at it from U.S. radar. It's too bad we don't have Bethune radar. It is still down. But there's something going on here. I know it's far from the radar, so it's really hard to get a great look at it here. But there's some sort of wind pattern going on that's a little bit concerning on that one. It is under a severe thunderstorm warning from Environment Canada, so that's good. What is this, a heat warning? Oh, okay. Heat warning here. We still have the severe thunderstorm. Still have the severe thunderstorm warning on this storm. Man, they're moving slow. Like the flooding risk on this thing. This is from 5:30 to 6:42 MDT. So this is like a little bit more than an hour, and it's moved from here to here. Definitely heading towards Horberg, Alberta at the moment. Interesting. Almost time. I would say it's almost time for us to go live in AB. That's a
tornado
nasty
warning just went out for Alberta.
Oh, on the Horberg storm?
Got it.
All right. I think it's time. That's it. I'm doing it. Just as I'm like, I think we should probably go live in Alberta. Tornado warning goes out. Okay. Big bam. Where you going live in? We're going live. Live in AB. Okay. And we did it. So we are now live in Alberta.
To clarify, it's a tornado watch, not a warning.
Oh, sorry. Oh, well, that makes sense, though. Hey, I called that earlier. I said, I think it's going to be a tornado watch in Alberta. Called it. Tornado watch has been issued for Alberta. Ladies and gentlemen, we are live now in Alberta. Tornado watch has been issued. This is the... Oh, boy. Look at the inflow on this beast. I want to go take a look at this in 3D, too. But the inflow... Huge inflow notch on this thing. Look at this. The winds are just flying into the storm right now. 126.72 kilometers an hour in Alberta right now. Flying into this. I am going rotation on this polygon. I know they just went tornado watch, but I'm going to post a polygon saying rotation detected on this one because, whoa, that is a nasty supercell. It is heading right up towards, was it Horberg? Let me see here. It is heading right into Horberg at the moment. This is a rotating supercell. It's under severe thunderstorm warning. I'd be taking shelter with that thing. That is an absolute beast. But which way is it going? I got to double check first. By the time I'm done double checking, is it trying to go east? It is trying to go east. Okay, I'm going to make my polygon a little bit. So you can see where I'm doing the polygon in the background, but you can't see what I'm doing. I'm going to go to Rocky Mountain House with it. I'm going to go way up as well too, and down to here, and say rotation detected. Okay, because just in case it decides to take a right turn here, I'm going to cover my basis. So I'm going to go rotation detected on this storm that is moving into Horberg, Horburg, tracking to the east-northeast, potentially towards Rocky Mountain House, Crimson Lake, etc. And the timing here is 6. It would be 6:52. Okay, I'm going to send that out right now. Let me just make sure. Oopsie. Go to the end. Yeah. Okay. All right, 6:52 looks good to me, and I'm sending it out right now. So we are live in Alberta. We are also live in Saskatchewan. We're also live in Manitoba, and we're live on YouTube and on Twitch. So if you're on the Twitchy verse, that's not a thing, but if you're on Twitch, search for Instant Weather. If you are on YouTube, come join us over on YouTube. We're always live on YouTube. We're always live on Twitch. No matter what. We go live on those two no matter what. But when things get a little bit interesting, then we go live on the Facebook pages. So then we'll go live on like Alberta Stormwatch, of course, and Instant Weather Alberta we just went live on. We're live on Saskatchewan Stormwatch. We're live on Manitoba Stormwatch. And we are live on Instant Weather Saskatchewan, Instant Weather Manitoba. And by the way, if you're in any of those three provinces, we have reporting groups, which are incredible. So please go and search for Alberta Storm Reports, search for Saskatchewan Storm Reports, or search for Manitoba Storm Reports. And join those groups. It's a great place to see reports from the community and to share your reports to know so that everybody knows what's going on in different areas. We do have a tornado warning here in Manitoba. We're tracking these storms closely. This one is heading down towards Reston and Linklater, Manitoba at the moment. Let me just click and see what the values are here. We have a 68% total severe risk on that one. We do have this new, basically AI-powered storm risk tool, but it only goes up to just south of Calgary. Basically, like southern Calgary can receive it. It goes up to about 51, a little bit less, about 51 north. But we will be extending that all the way to 55, way up here. So it won't reach Fort Mac. It won't reach. I don't think it'll reach Grand Prairie. It'll just be south of Grand Prairie. But Edmonton will be included, Red Deer, Calgary, all of Calgary, etc. So right now it doesn't go that far north, but we can still use our high-resolution radar data on Instant Weather Pro to see that. But yeah, that is a pretty nasty-looking supercell right now. I want to go take a look at that in 3D. So we do have a tornado watch now that has been issued for a good swath. Let me turn off warnings here so we can actually take a look at the tornado watch. So I'm going to turn off warnings at the moment. Give that a sec to update. And did it? Oh, it did turn off. Yeah. Okay. So you can see severe thunderstorm watch over here. And you can see any of those areas inside of here as tornado watch. So tornado watch covers Red Deer, covers Stettler, Lacombe, Eckville, Rocky Mountain House, of course, Ponoka. That's all inside of the tornado watch. So the tornado watch is all of this area in Alberta. And then, of course, Calgary's fine at the moment. Edmonton is not in a severe thunderstorm watch or a tornado watch at this point, but it's not out of the question that these severe thunderstorm watches will be extended that way. We'll have to see how that does develop. But we do have a tornado watch that has been issued now, especially because of this particular storm, this nasty-looking supercell that is, let me just animate this here. It is tracking to the northeast, but it's starting to turn east, and that's why I've created this polygon, rotation detected. If you are in Horberg or Rocky Mountain House or Crimson Lake, and you did not receive a notification that said rotation detected, chances are you do not have our free app. So you're probably going to want to go and download it. It is called Instant Weather. It is free, and you can get it at instantweatherapp.com. I put the link at the bottom of the screen here, instantweatherapp.com. So just go to the Apple App Store or go to the Google Play Store and type Instant Weather. Two separate words, not Insta, not like Instagram, but Instant Weather. And it'll be that white and blue icon you see at the very bottom left of your screen. That little IW, that white and blue icon, that's ours. It's free. Go download it, enable notifications, and then when we send out our custom polygons like rotation detected, or in certain circumstances like tornado reported, or landspout tornado reported, or funnel cloud reported, all of those kind of things that we send out as proactive notifications, you'll receive those directly to your phone instantly. So yeah, beastly supercell here. I do want to go take a look at this in 3D. So if you've been with us for a while, you might know that we have also we also partnered with a company in Australia called Geosynergy, and we've created over the past 2.5 years, we've created what I consider to be the most realistic 3D weather simulation available. We're going to turn it into a whole bunch of different things, which is really cool. We're doing stuff for weather broadcasters. We're going to be creating a storm chasing video game out of it. We're about to launch the beta of it, probably in about a week or 2 weeks or so. So if you head over to virtueweather.com, you can check it out. But first, let's actually look at it. So let me just switch over to it. Do I have it loaded up? I think I do. Hey, there we go. So this is VirtueWeather, and this allows us to look at storms in real time in 3D and simulate it to look like a storm. So let me hit run simulation. Okay, and way up here in the atmosphere, let me just fly up high. And let's go, which way are we going? Here we go. We're starting over here, so we're going to fly to the west. Let's go take a look at, let's first take a look at the tornado warn storm in Manitoba. Let's go take a look at that one. And then we will take a look at first we'll take a look at that one. Then we will take a look at the storm in Alberta as well. So let's just click on CASFW, the Fox Warren radar, and load the and hide that. And then let me just turn off severe probability here. Perfect. And we'll go down and fly towards this storm and take a look at this storm in 3D. So let me just change the time of day here, make it a little bit nicer. And this is the storm in real time. So you can see Pipestone here, you can see Scarth, Cromer, and that is the tornado warn storm right now in real time and 3D. Isn't that pretty cool? Let me know in the comments what you think about that. And this is called VirtueWeather, which is pretty wild. So we take full 3D volumetric scans, and we turn it and we put it inside of Unreal Engine 5. So if you've ever played Fortnite or have heard of the game Fortnite before, this is the same gaming engine that Fortnite is in. But also, it's if you've ever seen the show Mandalorian. So if you're a Star Wars fan, if you've seen the show Mandalorian, when they're like, walking through the desert. The whole desert in the background is actually built inside of Unreal Engine 5. So it's one of the most realistic 3D environments that exists right now, which is pretty wild. So Laura says, wow, that's incredible. Simone says, it's so cool. Brandy says, sweet. Miss Harley Quinn says, whoa. Isn't that pretty wild? Yeah, that's pretty cool. So, someone said, I don't know how to pronounce your name, I'm sorry. Freja says, Ark Survival Ascended also uses Unreal Engine 5. Oh, nice, cool. And Ryan says, this is the way. Wait a minute, is that the Ryan? Is that D's Ryan? Oh, hi Ryan, how's it going? Congratulations on the wedding. Let's see here. I'm pretty sure I saw D in that photo. I think so. Freya. Oh, Freya. Perfect. Okay. And Miss Harley Quinn says, I agree. This is the way. Yeah, so this is under tornado warning at the moment. And now we can actually spawn a simulated tornado. I'm not going to do that right now, but we can spawn a simulated tornado. And what we're going to do is actually, when we know there's a confirmed tornado, we're actually going to automatically spawn a tornado below the storm in real time, so that we can go fly over to a storm and we can see that there's a spawn tornado below it. So that is something we're going to be doing. It's going to be pretty wild. So anyways, yeah, let's go fly over to Alberta, shall we? Sorry if I cause anybody motion sickness here, but let's fly over to Alberta. So there's Calgary, there's Red Deer, and let's click on the CSCV, the Carvel radar, otherwise known as the Edmonton radar. I'm going to first kill the Fox Warren radar, and then we're going to load the latest from Carvel here. So let's load that up. I'm going to set origin hide, and you can already see our big supercell right here. Let's go fly down to it. Oopsie, I bounced into the ground. So you can see Horberg right here. This is our supercell right now that is in Alberta in its full 3D volumetric state. Pretty wild stuff for sure. That is the structure on it. It's a pretty nasty looking storm, actually. Let's take a look at that. So there is our rotating supercell that's near Horberg at the moment, potentially heading over towards Rocky Mountain House. You can see Red Deer in the background there. Where did Rocky Mountain House go? It should be right here. Mm-hmm. So that is Horberg. Then Rocky Mountain House will be right here. Okay, cool. Let's actually go right into Rocky Mountain House. Is it 3D scanned? Oh, it's not. No. We have the Google Earth tiles, so we can actually see everything's 3D scanned. So let's. I wonder if Red Deer is 3D scanned. Maybe it is. Let's find out. So there's Edmonton up there. So let's go take a flight. Actually, we know for a fact that Edmonton's 3D scanned. So if we go fly to Edmonton, Alberta right now, you can go like right downtown. Give it a sec to load. And it turns into all the 3D buildings. So we're actually using the Google Earth tiles as well. So you can actually, normally we don't fly in this fast into areas. So we preload them as you're flying in. So you actually be able to see, there's the TD building right there. You can actually fly around and see all of these buildings in real time. So really interesting to see when the storms go like over Edmonton, to be able to see that in real time. But you can see from Edmonton, you can still see our storm back here in the distance. So Trackinator says, that is so cool, like the technology. Cloud says, how much is it? I think we're going to do the same price as Instant Weather Pro, so I think it's going to be like $99 for the year, which is roughly $825 per month. You can head over to virtuweather.com. Let me bring that up here. It's at the bottom of the screen, VIRTU weather.com. So head over to that, sign up with your email address, and we'll let you know as soon as we launch the beta. So the beta will be the beta should be out in about I think probably about a week or two. I think we're pretty much there. But that is our supercell right now. We're going to do really cool stuff like have jetpacks. We have a bunch of different vehicles so you can go drive around. So to be able to storm chase in real time with real data, so volumetric 3D radar data. But that is the storm we're watching right now in the Horberg area, and it may head over towards Rocky Mountain House. We'll see what it does. But that is our 3D storm at the moment right now. Interesting to see that in real time. So yeah, let me know what you think about that. Caitlin says, is Drayton Valley still in the path? Well, let's jump back over to Instant Weather Pro and see what we're dealing with here. Oh, I got somebody knocking on the door. I wonder if it's my son. Probably is. Give me just one sec. I will be right back with you. Okay, I am back. Just as Brennan puts on the screen that I'm gone, I'm back.
Yeah, it was
Hold on a
getting
sec.
suspiciously too long, so I was like,
It-
I better put up the break icon, but then you saw
yeah,
that.
no, I just had to. It was actually my wife. I just had to help her for a sec, but all good. Get it all good. Okay, where were we? We're going to check on this storm in Alberta at the moment. And yeah, it's looking like a pretty beastly little supercell. We do have a tornado watch that has been issued for, you can see this whole red area, Red Deer all the way to...
also missing.
My what now? Oh, my
Your
face?
face.
That's probably for the best, but no, here, I'll bring it back. Okay, there we go. All the way from here down into Red Deer. So where's here? So west of Drayton Valley. Drayton Valley's in the severe thunderstorm watch. Brendan, does that severe thunderstorm watch have a tornado risk mentioned or no? Probably not, eh?
Well, let me double check.
Those are questions I will never have to ask you again as soon as we get this update. Our dev team is about to update. About to update Instant Weather Pro with some new technology, some new updates. It's exciting.
Johnson, as far as I can tell, nope.
My text didn't go through again to them. Looks like Riverfest is happy with us. They're good. They're good. I think they're done. They say we won't need constant monitoring for after. Was it past 10:15?
We thought there were this weekend.
Yeah, holy, that was just nonstop. That was pretty wild. We're covering a concert in Elora, called Riverfest for the last 3 days, and it was just like nonstop rain for them. Nonstop rain, lightning, thunderstorms, flooding, all sorts of stuff. Come on, text message, go through. I have a cell phone range extender I could turn on. It'd probably give me way better cell signal down here. I should probably do it when I'm down here because it seems to be not working great. Come on, text message, you can make it. All I said was thanks so much. The text message can go through. Come on. I'm trying to hold the phone. I'm trying to be an antenna right now. Be the antenna. I am the antenna. Come on, radio frequency. Make it through. I don't think it's going to go. Maybe. I'll just keep holding it until it does. I see a bunch of new subscribers to VirtuWeather. Thanks so much for signing up. And I can't wait to let you know when we launch it. You will need a relatively decent computer to be able to run it. We can water it down quite a bit for slower computers, but if you have a decent gaming computer, that would really help to be able to run it.
Looks like the tornado warning was ended in Manitoba.
Oh, that's good. Is this thing gonna send? Send. I don't know. It's being a pain. I don't know if it's gonna go through. Maybe not. I'll put it over here. Maybe it'll help. Not delivered. Brennan, can you text them and say, Adam said sounds good, please?
Yeah, I will.
Say Adam said sounds good, but he's having text message issues right now. All right. I'll have to go plug in my extender. It's a pain in the butt. But anyways, okay. You know what it might be? It might be the fact that my cell phone service is on Bell, but I'm connected to my Rogers Wi-Fi. But I do have Bell Wi-Fi, but I'm not using... I have both for live streaming, right? But I'm not using the Bell one right now.
It doesn't matter. If you have Wi-Fi cellular connection, it'll work with any. It doesn't have to be for the same provider.
I don't know why it's being painful. I don't know. Whoa, look at that. Brennan, go to Twitter right now and look at AB Storm and look at the latest post on AB Storm. Something's like hugging the ground. That's like a wall. That's a ground hugging wall cloud. From that perspective, it looks like it could be a big tornado, but I don't think it is. But let's go see. They have dropped the tornado warning in Manitoba. That's good news. I'm probably going to drop my rotation detected polygon pretty soon because it's looking pretty weak. Down to a 1% tornado risk on that cell, which is good news. This cell is still looking pretty nasty, and it's gone up to a 9% tornado risk on the Merrifield cell. This is did this crossover? Yes, actually, this is now in Manitoba. So this is the one south of Kirkella in Manitoba. That one is looking pretty nasty, actually, at the moment. And it's gone all the way up. Machine learning has gone all the way up to 9% tornado risk on that one. Oof. That's not great. Oh boy. Alana, if you're listening, I don't know if you're listening or not, but if you are listening, that's a rock solid forecast you did for Newfoundland. Looks good. Excellent. Excellent for the hurricane that's going to be heading towards Newfoundland. Look at the hail on this thing now, though. Near Kelstern, Saskatchewan, heading down towards Weewa Hill. And that is looking like a pretty nasty hail core on that storm at the moment. Let's go back to Edmonton here. Sorry, southwest of Edmonton near Rocky Mountain House. And that storm is still looking pretty grumpy near Horburg at the moment. Yeah, it is not looking happy. And it is inside of the tornado watch. Remember, watch for a warning. Watch comes first, warning comes later. That's usually the way it goes. There is quite a 3-body hail spike on this one. You can really see this hail spike down here. So this probably has a pretty nasty hail core on it at the moment. We're up to 71 dBz, which is, yeah, it's probably got some pretty nasty hail. Brendan, did you see that tweet I was talking about? I don't like the look of that. It's
Not
like
yet.
hugging
I was in
the
middle
ground.
of something.
Oh, no worries. When you get a chance, jump on Twitter and go hashtag ABStorm and take a look at that wild looking what looks like a wall cloud. It looks like a tornado,
I see what
but
you mean.
I'm like, that doesn't look very healthy. That looks pretty
It looks like
nasty,
something
actually.
you'd see in like the U.S.
Like Nebraska or something. I know it looks nasty, but I don't think velocity supports what I'm seeing here. Like if that was actually a big tornado, then you'd probably see a very strong rotation signature here. But it could be, this is strong enough to be a big, strong wall cloud. So that looks like it could be a big wall cloud. That storm could be further away, like over the horizon. So where it looks like it's connecting to the surface, it could actually be much further away. But yeah, that doesn't look good. That looks like a big low-hanging wall cloud is what it looks like to me. I mean, in the photo, it looks like a giant tornado, but I don't think it is. I think it's a big wall cloud. But yeah, that is on this storm. He basically just says, what the, and then AB storm. This is the only big storm right now in Alberta, so I'm pretty sure that's the one he's talking about. It's rare we have one single supercell, which means if somebody decides to make a report and they're very vague with where they are, we know what storm they're talking about. It's rare that happens, but look at this big outflow boundary here on this storm west of Verdun. 8% tornado risk on that cell. Yeah, I might want to go minor rotation on that one, maybe. It's got a pretty high percentage on it. I think I'm going to get rid of... Wait a minute, is this going to sneak right into my polygon? Let's see. I don't think so. I think it's going to go more south. It's going to go straight towards Cromer. Cromer is about to get another big supercell, by the way. Cromer, Manitoba. And this storm is actually still in Saskatchewan. It's splitting. This is the provincial border. This line right here. It's splitting the border between Saskatchewan and Manitoba. And doesn't it know that there's a border there? How come it's not adhering to the provincial borders? This storm, so silly. You think it would know? I'm just kidding. Doesn't make any sense at all. I heard something very strange recently that I don't know if it's true or not, but supposedly a hurricane has never crossed the equator. So if somebody wants to Google that, I don't know if there's any more details on it, but I mean, if it crossed the equator, it would have to start rotating the other way. So I think that's maybe why, the Coriolis effect, but I don't know. Supposedly, it's never happened, or it's never been documented, at least, a tornado crossing the equator. Sorry, a hurricane crossing the equator. Somebody Google that. That's pretty interesting. Native says, what did you say about Newfoundland? Well, there's a hurricane heading that way. Miss Harley Quinn says, I think the last hurricane that ever hit Canada, I believe, was Hazel. Yeah, I'm not talking about Canada. I'm talking about, like, it crossing the equator to the southern side.
You're right about that. I can't remember the explanation, but there is a reason that it doesn't.
Probably the Coriolis effect or something like that. But yeah, that's interesting. Somebody wants to Google that.
To the south and then to the north.
Oh yeah, Miss Harley Quinn says the last hurricane to hit Canada, I believe, is Hazel. If you're thinking, like, there's been a boatload of hurricanes that have hit Nova Scotia and Newfoundland. So Yeah, I think maybe you mean the last one that hit Ontario. Mind you, we did have two post-tropical. I think it might have been. It caused significant flooding. I think it may have actually been. But you're right, though. It might have been like post-tropical by the time it got to Ontario. Probably. But it's hard to say for sure. Someone said, I haven't Googled, but you are correct. Hurricanes don't cross the equator. Interesting. Yeah, it's the Coriolis effect. Huh. It's pretty cool. Never thought about that before. Ninja Panda says, never happened according to Google. Oh, interesting. Donald says, Vancouver Island right now, near Duncan, BC. Huge storm coming. Yeah, I'm going to go take a look. Someone said, will Red Deer be okay? Red Deer's fine right now. Yeah, Red Deer's okay at the moment. This storm, east of Swift Current, now has some pretty high 80% severe hail risk on the storm. Look at the values here, though. It's ridiculous. If we had Bethune radar, we'd have a much better look at it, but we don't. We do have the U.S. radar option, so we can go take a look at the U.S. radar here. Yeah, it's interesting. This is north of Bateman, Saskatchewan. But, is this a new severe thunderstorm watch? New severe thunderstorm watch for southeastern Alberta. So Lethbridge, Medicine Hat areas. Busy day. Let's go take a look. I just want to take a look quickly at that Vancouver storm. Yeah, it's west of Vancouver. I don't think it's going to affect Vancouver from what I can tell, unless there's something coming from the south. I guess there is some storms coming from the south as well. But these ones kind of north of Nanaimo at the moment, those are the ones that are interesting. But nothing too substantial there from what we can tell. Although, no, I think that's just noise. I think that's just noise. So some strong winds out there in BC, but we're going to jump back over here to Alberta. Keep an eye on this beast that is heading towards Rocky Mountain House. We should be able to get a good look at it now from the webcam, though. Let me see. Rocky Mountain House has a webcam at the airport. I'm going to try to see if I can see anything interesting from it. North view, southeast view, southwest view, north view. Still seeing nothing. I think it's going to take a minute for it to come into play into the north view. It looks like it will miss Rocky Mountain House unless it decides to randomly take a right turn, which could happen. But right now it's heading straight towards Crimson Lake. So you're in Crimson Lake. If you're in Bingley, if you're in Carlos, I'd be getting prepared to take shelter with this one. I'd be prepared to take shelter in Rocky Mountain House, but it might miss you to the north. We'll see. We'll see what it does. But yeah, tornado watch, inside of a tornado watch, but I turned off the warnings. I probably should turn them back on. What do you think? Probably a good idea, because I'm like, where's the severe thunderstorm warning on the storm? I'm like, oh, there it is. I turned off warnings so we could take a look at the tornado watch. But yeah, so severe thunderstorm warning on that one. They'll probably extend it either to the east or to the north as that storm continues to move. There's another storm building behind it, so we'll see what those do. And again, severe thunderstorm watch has now developed for southeastern Alberta, likely because of these storms coming up from the south, I would think. Yeah, so we've got some storms coming up from Montana that are going to track into deep southeastern Alberta, and that's why we have that severe thunderstorm watch from Environment Canada. We've got this beastly hail producer right now that is southeast of Swift Current, and it's heading towards. It's right near Weewa Hill, and it's heading southeast towards Ada and Mossbank, maybe Sutton areas. So we'll have to watch that as it tracks. We don't have radar. Unfortunately, we don't have the Bethune radar right now. It still says 5:18 a.m. from Wednesday, August 14th. That is an outage from Environment Canada. Unfortunately, there's nothing we can do about that. This cell still has my attention, though. Oh, yeah, you know what? Definitely rotating right there. All right. I'm going to kill this rotation polygon here. This one I had on that previous cell, because that cell's dying now, the one down near Pipestone. That used to be under a tornado warning, but this one is really taken over as the dominant cell. So I'm going to... looks like Braden Morset is on the... Braden Morso. Braden Morso is on the Rocky Mountain House cell. So lots of spotters on that cell. If anything happens with that one, we're definitely going to get some information. So Braden's on it at the moment. Give him a follow if you can. It's at Braden Morso. BRAYDON MORESO. Braden Morso. on Twitter. He is a very skilled storm spotter, storm chaser, and he will likely be letting us know what happens, like letting everybody know what happens when it happens. So let's see here. Carolyn says, thank you for keeping an eye out for all of us. Any heads up for Cypress Hill? My family would be most grateful. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Definitely be watching that area. Penny says, Red Deer has no storm clouds at all. Pretty sure we won't get anything. Nothing on radar for us either. And nothing on the hourly forecast either. And nothing on instant weather either. Yeah, it's there could be some development, but chances are it's going to be north of Red Deer. We'll see. But Environment Canada issued the tornado watch for it. So, of course, we sent that out. Because we send out all of their alerts verbatim. Supgirl says, what causes the radar outages? Sometimes they have to do maintenance on them. I know they are upgrading them all to add a hardware piece that gets rid of the radio frequency interference that happens with the Canadian radars. So that's a really good thing. It's just, unfortunately, there's going to be times with outages. So, I do want to send that polygon here in 1 sec. Give me just 1 second. I'm going to send a notification on this particular storm, which is west of Verdun. It's starting to rotate, and it's looking like a pretty beastly little supercell here. So I'm just going to send a little notification on it. First, I'm going to get rid of the possible land spout for Ontario. Got rid of that one. I'm going to get rid of the rotation. No, which one is it here? I'm going to get rid of potential for funnel clouds. I'm just going to scrap that for Ontario. I think it's pretty much done now. Rotation detected. Rocky Mountain House. Okay, that one. The west of Verdun. That's basically the same description I'm about to use, but west of Verdun. Another supercell west of Verdun. So I'm going to get rid of that one, and I will create a new polygon. You can't see what I'm doing, but in the background, I'm creating polygons. That's what I do. I like to give proactive heads up to folks when things are looking nasty. So, and this is actually, I'm going to have to do a multi-provincial. This is going to be tricky. All right, so I'm going to go this way. Okay, so where is it exactly? Let's go figure it out. It's right near... Oh, we just got an update. Oh, it's looking even stronger. Oh, boy. Right near... I say the strongest part of it is near Merrifield, Saskatchewan, and Butler, Manitoba. Okay. All right, I'm going to do that polygon right now. Is it just going due south? It sure is. Okay. I'm going to adjust my polygon a little bit because it's going due south. Something like that. Okay. I'm going to do a polygon right now. I'm going to say tornado potential because I think it's looking pretty darn organized here. Let me go to tilt 2. Oh, yeah. Okay, we've detected tornado potential on this storm. That is on both sides of the, I'll just say, the storm that is near Merrifield. Was it Merrifield? Yeah, Merrifield, Saskatchewan, and Butler, Manitoba, tracking to the south. And the timing here is going to be interesting because we're going to have to go 727. 727. 1 second here. Okay, so it'll be 727 CST and 827 CDT. 727 CST and 827 CDT. That's right. Okay, that makes sense. And let's go. Okay, looks good to me. Send it out to both Saskatchewan and Manitoba, and I'll do that right now. Okay, sending. Yeah, certainly seems tornado potential in that cell. I would not be surprised if Environment Canada warned it, because it looks pretty darn strong. If any of our Twitch mods are available, it looks like someone was promoting cheap viewers or something like that. If you can go ahead and ban them, that'd be great.
You should check the team chat. It's not current, but Patricia just shared a report in from Ontario Storm Reports that looks like a tornado. It was like 12 o'clock in Ontario.
Whoa. 9 hours later?
I was thinking that. I was like, you take a
By the way,
picture
it
of
just
a
went to.
tornado and then you wait 9 hours until you submit it.
By the way, look at this.
Then
9% tornado risk now in the cell. Look at the mezzo on it. That's tilt 2, but it's like rock solid, right near Butler. Yeah, this thing is. I'm glad I went tornado potential on this. This thing looks nasty. It's looking pretty rock solid. If you're in Butler, Manitoba, if you're in Ebor or Eber, if you're in Cromer, if you're in Ewart, again, Sinclair, I know you've already been taking shelter with that previous cell, but this rotation looks even stronger. Even stronger. Yeah, that near Sunderland at 12:08. Why did it take so long? Someone said that looks like Scud. Hold on, I'm going to reply to that one. What? This is clearly a funnel cloud.
maybe they sent it and they had dial-up internet or something.
And it just arrived?
I think carrier pigeon would have been faster.
It was a landspout tornado. Okay, I'm going to be a little nicer, but this is clearly a funnel cloud IMO, in my opinion. Okay, yeah. Can you show that report, Brennan, on the stream? This looks nasty. Butler, Manitoba, Ebor, EBOR, Cromer, if you're west of Cromer, but it's going right from Kola, Manitoba, straight down. If you're in Antler, Saskatchewan, Sinclair, Manitoba, it's towing the line down here, and it's looking pretty darn strong. Did my tweets go through? I don't see them. Brennan, can you check if can you check if the there's that this is the funnel cloud report from earlier. I mean, I think that's probably a tornado. That's probably a landspout tornado. Look at that thing. It's like hugging the ground. Right here. You can see the left in Ontario. Someone just Sarah just submitted it now. Thank you so much regardless for sharing it, Sarah. Of course it would have been nice if you shared it at noon, but it's okay. It's all good. These things happen. I know you can't always share. But yeah, that could have very well been a tornado. This is looking pretty strong here in Manitoba. Let's go back and take a look at what we're seeing here in Saskatchewan. Still have that beastly hail producer. We have no good data for it, though. Let's take a look at the U.S. long-range data. Might give us some indication. Might be some rotation in there. Hard to tell. It's so far away. This is really like the top level of the storm. Let's go back and take a look at what's happening near Rocky Mountain House. This is starting to rotate even more now. I wonder if we can get a view of it from... yeah. I can't believe you said it looked like Scud. That does not look like Scud. It's a very, very, very clear funnel cloud. That is the opposite of Scud. That is one of the cleanest looking funnel clouds I've seen in a long time. That is not Scud. Okay. I'll get over it. Give me a while. No, nothing from the Rocky Mountain House cameras yet. Soon, hopefully, but nothing yet. I still haven't got over that. Whoa. Is that a shot of that storm? Oh, there's a Dustin Freeman just did a photo of the one near Cromer, and it looks like it's got a low hanging wall cloud on it. Yeah, it does. It has a low hanging wall cloud and a beautiful shelf, like very picturesque, classic shelf cloud on the front of that storm. The big like mothership. It's got a big mothership look to it, and it's got a low hanging wall cloud on the right side. Oh boy, yeah, that storm is looking pretty grumpy. That's this one right here. Let's go to tilt 2 and see what it's doing. Yeah, if you're near Ebor, E-B-O-R, Manitoba, south of Butler now, this storm is looking pretty nasty. I would not be surprised if Environment Canada puts out a tornado warning on that one. Would not be shocked. What are we at now for percentage? Still a 9% tornado risk on it, which is relatively decent. It's some of the stronger tornado percentages we've seen today. Yeah, sorry, just looking at this one storm here near Weewa Hill, heading down towards Sutton, Mossbank, Ada, in Saskatchewan. So we're live streaming in Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba at the same time. We're also peeking out at the storms over here, just for fun, over in British Columbia. They don't look that strong, though. We were taking a look at... there's one little storm here that looks decent. Oh, hello. Tell you a little bit of minor rotation on it. And this is just northwest of Victoria in British Columbia. That's interesting. And then there were some storms out here in BC, northwest of Kamloops. Nothing looks too exciting. And then let's go look at this beast that is west of Rocky Mountain House. Definitely a hail risk with these storms, this Crimson Lake area. Look at this inflow wind, though. 117.36 kilometers an hour. Whoa. And then it immediately jumps to, yeah, okay. That's a pretty big inflow notch. That's on tilt 2. Look at tilt 3, even stronger. And tilt 4 looks really strong. All the way down to tilt 1. And yeah, you can definitely see there's rotation right here. So yeah, this is a rotating supercell near Crimson Lake, northwest of Rocky Mountain House. It is looking pretty beastly, so we'll have to see what it does. There's now a new storm developing to the southwest. That is a new development here starting. I remember someone was talking about how Red Deer had no risk today. If that storm decides to go to the right, it might be an issue for Red Deer, but it may head to the north. It's hard to say for sure. I would definitely be paying attention. Nothing to worry about yet, but definitely be paying attention to see how these storms develop over the next little while. Interesting. Oh boy. I'm going to take a look in the emails. I just wanted to see, because I know that Teresa is tied up at the moment, so I just want to make sure there's nothing I need to do for her. 1 second here. Uh-oh, there is. There was a new Megan. You subscribe to Instant Weather Pro from Saskatchewan. I need to send you instructions. Oh, and there was another one. Oh, there's a bunch. Okay. All right. A bunch of subscribers to Instant Weather Pro. I need to send them instructions. So I'm going to try to do that and also cover these storms at the same time, which is going to be tricky. Wish me luck. Okay. Okay, I will do that. I'll try my best to do this. This is going to be tricky, but I'll do it. I can do it. I got this. Brennan, if they send any messages on the Allura thread, I'm not receiving anything. I didn't even see yours. Oh, no, I did see yours. I finally did see yours, so I should be able to see it.
Yeah, they just said, okay, thanks.
Yeah, I saw that. I did see that. Good. Yeah, no, I definitely saw that. Okay, I can do this really quick here. Give me a sec. Yeah, I have the instructions right here. Okay, cool. I want to make sure everybody gets their instructions to Instant Weather Pro. I know Teresa's tied up at the moment. Okay. Okay, so I'll send it out to Megan here. Sorry, Megan, one sec. And if you don't receive this email from me, if you do subscribe to Instant Weather Pro and you don't receive our email with the instructions, definitely check your spam folder, because often people say, the emails back and say, we didn't get the instructions. Then we say, check your spam folder. And they say, oh. We did. And they were like, yep, that's what we figured. Okay. Okay, 1 second here. Looks good. Okay. All right, I'm sending it out to Megan, and I'll do one more here, and then I'll jump back in and take a look at the weather. Sorry, folks, I gotta wear a bunch of hats here. 1 second, and it was also Tasha from Alberta. Okay, 1 second here. IW Pro. Hi, Tasha. There we go. Okay, looks good. Okay, sent. All right. That's good for now, and I'll see if there's any more after. Okay. Looks good to me. Okay. Let me just move this over to this screen so I can see what's going on. Let me refresh the webcams. Are getting a shot? Oh, I think we're getting a shot here of this storm. Let me go take a look at radar first, and then I'll jump back and see. Do we have a new radar update from Instant Weather Pro? That's the 736, so that is a new update. Yep, that's a new update. We're still seeing some rotation here. It's not too strong. I think it was stronger on tilt 2. Tilt 2 doesn't even look that bad right now. All right, tilt 3, tilt 2, tilt 1. Okay. Looks like this storm the strongest part of it will miss Rocky Mount House. It's going to be Crimson Lake heading up towards Bingley. We do have this storm in behind that's starting to develop, so we'll see what that does. That one has probably a better chance to hit Rocky Mount House, but we'll see how that does develop over the next little while. Still early. We've got a tornado watch in Alberta. We've had tornado warnings in Manitoba. There's also a tornado watch in Manitoba and Saskatchewan as well. This might be turning into more of a downburst risk. It's got a really strong wind signatures on the west side of it here. 105 kilometers an hour. That's really strong. So, south of Merrifield, Antler, Fries, Saskatchewan. What was that? Is it Bellegarde? Where is that? Yeah, Bellegarde area. So, Redvers, Bellegarde, Fries, Antler, down towards Storthoaks area. You should be getting prepared for potentially a downburst with this one, a microburst. It looks really strong. There still is rotation right in the notch here, though, which I'm concerned with, just south of Ebor, I don't know, Sinclair areas of Manitoba. This is a pretty nasty looking cell coming down, riding the outflow boundary. You can see this outflow boundary right here. It's riding the outflow boundary down, and it's looking pretty darn strong. So give me just 1 sec. I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. Brennan. Oh, super chat from Oish. How bad will these storms be? When is initiation? Can you let us know? Thank you for the super chat, by the way. Can you let us know what you're talking about? Because I've no I have no idea what you're talking about. Are you talking about for Alberta? Are you talking about for Manitoba? We're covering 3 different provinces at the same time. So if you could let us know where, that would be very helpful. Am I taking over for 20 minutes? Is that possible? And not like hybrid version, but like actually take over? And he's gone. This is where Brennan logs off and turns off his phone. He's probably busy doing something right now. I'll wait till I hear back from him. But, Oish says, my bad, LOL, for Alberta, where it's a red risk. Oh, where it's a tornado watch? Yeah, but where? But where specifically? Because there's already supercell development. Can you let us know like where you're located? That would be helpful. Tasha says, we are in the Rocky area. Any news? Well, this supercell is just missing you to the north. So Rocky Mountain House is just being missed by this one. There is another cell developing in behind. So there is this one down here, which is, where is it exactly? Maybe is it Sunchild area? It's hard to say for sure. Upper Clearwater, Ram area just to the north. So basically southwest of Rocky Mountain House is this developing cell, and that might have a better chance of coming up to Rocky Mountain House. So we'll see what this does over the next little while. Yeah, so Oish, if you want to let us know like where you're actually located, that would be helpful, because if you just say like for Alberta, it's hard for me to like let you know. But yeah. Brennan? He left us. He left us. I was trying to quote Jurassic Park there. In the level 4 out of 5 risk. Oish, can you tell me like a town name? If you can give me like a town or like a city, then I have a much better chance of letting you know what we're talking about here. JCD is saying, I think he's referring to the graphic Brandon Hauk shared earlier today. I mean, we already have storms developing, but if you tell me like what town you're in, I can give you a better idea of like what, because you could be, I don't know. There's a huge area of a tornado watch here, so you could be like down in like Burnstick Lake, and there's storms that are moving up towards Rocky Mountain House. So if you can tell me like a town name, that would help a lot. Not trying to dox you, I'm just trying to figure out like where you are so I can tell you if there's a risk. Outside of Red Deer to the northwest. Okay, cool. See, that helps a lot. So if you're like up here near Briggs or Sylvan Lake, those areas, right now there's nothing concerning. There is this storm to the west that may eventually head that way and maybe turn to the right. It's hard to say for sure, but we do have storm initiation already. We've got this big hail producer up here near Rocky Mountain House at the moment. That's looking pretty nasty. It's got a hook on it. It's got a hail core. It's got a little bit of rotation. The rotation looked stronger earlier, but now it's kind of just looking like a little bit of inflow, a little bit of rotation. Amber says, we getting anything in Edmonton? It's hard to say. If this storm continues on its path, it looks like it's trying to turn a little bit more right, so it might be heading up towards Lacombe or Ponoka, so maybe not towards Edmonton. I would think maybe this cell's probably not going towards Edmonton. This one behind, look at this weird deviant motion. This storm's going to the right, and the storm that's developing in behind is actually going a little bit more to the north. So really interesting to see that one go that way and this one go this way. It's quite a differentiating movement pattern here. But this particular cell is starting to build up, so we'll see what it does. But right now, I'd say anywhere near Red Deer is fine at the moment. I know you're under a tornado watch, so you're concerned, and of course you should be. But I'm not seeing anything exciting for the Red Deer area at the moment, so we'll see. Amber says, we're getting ripped off in Edmonton. I want a storm. I can't guarantee you one, but there's a chance. There's a chance. The evening is young. We've got time. We've got time here, so let's play this by ear, and we'll see. Oish says, and it's more of a tornado risk in Alberta. Yeah, there's a tornado watch from Environment Canada, so yeah, there's certainly a tornado risk here. I mean, it's mainly a large hail risk and a damaging wind risk, but a tornado cannot be ruled out, especially in a tornado watch area, for sure. Yeah. Anyways, I need to take a short little break. I will be back with you in about 15, 20. Brennan, are you around or no? I'm going to tag him here. He's probably busy at the moment. I'm going to see if Brennan can maybe take over for a little bit. Yes, I got to go do that. Give me just a moment. Oh, I did get him. Let's see here. Give me just a moment. And anyways, I need to duck out for a bit. Hopefully, Brennan can take over. But I will do. Adam will be back in 15 to 20 minutes. I will be watching this radar in detail on my phone, but I do have to duck out for 15, 20. But I will be back. So please hang out with us. I'll be back soon to give you more information, and we'll talk to you very, very shortly. Thank you.
just fine. Tonight, gonna sleep just fine. Tonight,
All right. What was that horrible music? Please never play that again. That was terrible. I come back and like, oh man, Brennan, please. Where'd you choose that one from? Oh boy, I've been watching these storms. We took off the rotation detected polygon on the one that is northeast of Rocky Mountain House. Took off the tornado potential polygon on this one down here. Still under a tornado watch. They've continued the tornado watch, but it feels like they're probably going to drop that. They dropped the tornado watch in Saskatchewan, and they did extend a severe thunderstorm watch to southwestern Saskatchewan, probably because of these storms that are coming up from the U.S. here in Montana at the moment. Some pretty strong wind gusts on these storms here, and a couple of severely worn cells. So that's probably why that severe thunderstorm watch in southwestern Saskatchewan. We'll continue to watch that for a little bit, and then but the main focus here, we're looking to see what's going on in Alberta, and so far it's one storm. Oh, there's more to the west. Okay, let's see what's happening over here. Or maybe there isn't. Let's see. Okay, we can see that. What is that? Oh, okay, there's a little pop-up storm here, northwest of Whitecourt as well. Yeah, so we sit and we wait. See what happens. Oh, okay, so actually, sorry, there is more storms popping up to the west of Hinton. So we are seeing more. Of course, there are these storms over here in BC. It took me a minute for my brain to recognize what the heck I was saying. And British Columbia, there's some storms as well too, so that's interesting. So there's that. Thanks for hanging out with us for a bit. Appreciate it. my mic was a bit choppy. Is my mic choppy for everybody? Does my audio sound okay? Is my audio choppy? Let me know in the comments. Not currently. Oh, I might have been too quiet. That's probably what it was. I've got the strong noise canceling on, and if I'm too quiet, then it kind of gets a little bit choppy. Is that Jong-Soo Kim? Hey, what's up, Jong-Soo Kim? How you doing? Long time no see. I hope everything's going well. Former member of our team, Jong-Soo Kim. Hopefully everything's doing good. Hopefully it's the same one. I don't know if there's two, but hopefully it's the same one that we know and love for a long time. Mike is okay. Sweet. Hey, Cody. How you doing? Carla says, how's it looking between Verdun and Melita? I can go take a peek. Go take a little pika over here. The only storm we're concerned about right now in Manitoba, there is a storm with some lightning northeast of Dauphin, but that's not the one. The only storm is the one that's currently inside of the tornado watch right now. But I don't believe it's even under a severe thunderstorm warning, so I don't know how long this tornado watch is going to last. But if we click on this particular storm, yeah, we're only at a 1% tornado risk, 10% severe hail risk. So a little bit of a hail risk here, maybe a tiny little bit of wind risk, but probably not. No, it looks pretty boring for wind, so... Yes, so there's that. Still have Bethune radar down, I assume. Yeah, Bethune radar is still down. So that is old data that you just saw there that is not current. And then we still have this cell that is now northeast of Rocky Mountain House. We're still waiting on it. It's got there's a little tiny bit of rotation on it. Nothing too exciting. And we wait to see what this storm wants to do. It's changed shape quite a bit. It was a lot, I think it would feel like it was a bit larger, and now it's gotten a little bit smaller. It almost seems like it's trying to die off. I'm not sure. Maybe there's a cap issue here. Maybe the cap's trying to kill it. I'm not sure, but I haven't looked that deep into it at the moment. Is this also old? It's 6:24 a.m. Okay, so the Grand Prairie radar is also down. Spirit River radar is down. So it's down, and so is Bethune. So we have two radars out. So I was wondering, like, when I looked at this and I saw these storms that are developing, and then I clicked on the Grand Prairie radar, I'm like, where did they go? Oh, because 6:24 a.m. at the bottom. You can't see it, but if I back it up here, you can probably, there you go. You can see it there. So it's 6:24 a.m. Right here. So obviously, this radar has gone down from Environment Canada. I don't know if it's for maintenance or if it's an unplanned outage, whatever it happens to be. But I wonder if there seems to be a cap issue here that might be hindering this storm from really blowing up, because it seemed like it was a lot larger before, and it seems like it's trying to die out. This one was starting to develop to its southwest, and it completely fizzled out. So I don't know what's happening. It might be a cap issue here. It happens. I've seen those kind of cap busts before. I mean, it's not a complete bust because we have storm development, but a complete bust would be like... excuse me. A complete bust would be like, there's a strong risk for storms, and there's literally no storms ever pop. Like, that would be a complete bust. But something's going on here. Hayden says, seems to be an unplanned outage. EC doesn't have anything on their website about it. Oh, okay. Yeah, so it went down for some reason this morning. Jasmine says, Braden Morso has some great videos of the RMH storm. Yeah, for sure. Braden's awesome. So he's probably got some good clips. I do see he just posted vehicles fleeing hail west of Rocky Mountain House. So he posted that video there where he's wearing his helmet. I would too, if you're dealing with Alberta hail, I'd be wearing a helmet too. Don't play around with that stuff. You don't want a baseball-sized hailstone dropping on your head. That wouldn't be great. I'm going to go take a look a little bit to the east here. We still have some flooding risk in eastern Ontario. It seems to be slowly tapering off, though. Eastern Ontario seems to have calmed down quite a bit. The overall risk is, there's no severe risk other than flooding. Could be some flooding risk potentially in Quebec as well, too, as you can see this big green outline here. What's happening to the east? So we have our tropical cyclones statement information here. There is a flooding risk, so a rainfall warning for part of St. John's here in Newfoundland, and that is going to be because of the hurricane that is tracking up over the water that way. Actually, I think if I do this, can we see it? Oh, I have Mosaic turned off. Let me turn Mosaic on here. Hold on. If I turn on our Mosaic layer, then we can see where the hurricane would be, which would be right here. There we go. So it actually uses future radar to fill in the gaps here. So that is the hurricane. It is going to affect a little bit of the shorelines of Nova Scotia, and it's going to affect a little bit of Newfoundland as it tracks up here. So thankfully it's in the middle of nowhere right now, but I believe it did affect Bermuda. I'm not sure. Yeah, I think it did affect Bermuda before, so hopefully they're okay. But that hurricane continues to track to the northeast slowly but surely. But yeah, it could be affecting parts of Atlantic Canada. So we'll have to see how that does develop. If I'm not mistaken, I believe they just killed the tornado watch. Is that right? Or is it still updating here? I think they might have killed it. Let's see here. Let me hit refresh. They might have killed the Manitoba tornado watch. I think that would make sense. For some reason I don't see it there.
Yeah,
But
I believe they did.
Okay, yeah. Well, I mean, it's the fact that we don't have the polygon here is probably a good indication that it's gone. So our alerting system is
Yeah, I
pretty...
double checked on Environment Canada's website. It's gone on there too.
And it's gone? Okay, so that's great news for Manitoba, of course. They have only this one little storm left that looks decent. It's heading basically to Pearson area and then straight across the international border, so it shouldn't be much of an issue other than a little bit of hail. I think we're probably going to shut down the live stream for our friends in Manitoba because there's nothing too interesting happening. A couple storms, but none of them are severe. There's no severe thunderstorm watch. There's no severe thunderstorm warnings. There's no tornado watch anymore, and there's no tornado warning. So I think we're going to say goodbye to our Manitoba friends. However, if you're in Manitoba and you're watching the stream, and you're like, I want to keep watching the stream for when we're covering at least maybe a little bit of Saskatchewan, we might shut down that stream relatively soon, depending on what happens in the Southwest. Then you want to keep watching us track Alberta to see if it's going to be a bust or if it's maybe some more storms will develop. Then you can come on over to YouTube. So find us on YouTube. Just search for Instant Weather on YouTube. Very easy. Go to YouTube, type the word instant, put a space, type the word weather. You'll find us. We are live right now on YouTube. Alternatively, if you're a gamer or if you're into Twitch, you can come over to Twitch. And so it's twitch.tv/instant weather, all one word, or youtube.com/the @ symbol, the A with the circle around the @ symbol, and then instant weather. So come find us over on YouTube. Come find us over on Twitch if you are in Manitoba. But we are going to shut down the Facebook live stream for it now. So have a good night. Hope everybody stayed safe. Those are some pretty strong storms. And again, we hope everybody is okay. So we'll talk to you very soon. Thank you. Bye-bye. Okay, we said goodbye to Manitoba. And now we're going to jump back over to Alberta to see what's going on with this storm. So still severe thunderstorm warning for this storm near Leedale at the moment, it might actually sneak outside of the tornado watch. But it does look like it's dying. It's getting a lot smaller. It's not dead yet. Can't count it out just yet, but it sure looks like it's getting smaller and smaller. It seems to be, I don't know if it's outflow dominant right now, but it seems to be dying off at the moment. There are some more storms over here. So there's a storm west of Hinton. Let's see what it's doing. It's trying. It's about to merge with that other storm as well, too. There is a storm west of Fox Creek as well, too. It did have a decent hail core, but then started to fizzle a bit. I wonder if we're dealing with a cap issue. And that might be hindering the development of these storms. Sometimes you have a cap, and cap's kind of like a good example is it's the lid on a boiling pot of water. So as soon as you pull that lid off, all that steam blows up, So basically, as soon as the storms can break the cap, that's when they can blow up and get quite strong. And actually, the whole idea of the lid on top of the boiling pot of water is that it basically holds all of that moisture and heat and all of that energy. It holds it dormant until, like a volcano, it explodes, and that's when you get these absolutely ridiculously strong supercells that blow up. And so sometimes the cap can actually be the thing that turns, especially when you have these big, significant tornado outbreaks like down in the States and even times we've had in Canada. It's usually that the cap is holding on so that none of that energy can go away. And then right the last second, it breaks. And then you have these massive supercells that are pretty wild. And those are usually the times that that things get intense, when the cap breaks and the supercells explode. But in this particular case, I think maybe the cap is a little too strong, because we did have this storm near Rocky Mountain House. Looked amazing. The photos of it are wonderful. You know, it had rotation on it, had a big hail core, and now it's starting to fizzle out, and I'm not seeing much more development than that. So this might be a little bit of a bust forecast. We'll see. B Meat says, when is the tornado going to happen? You can't answer that question. I don't think there's going to be a tornado right now. There is a tornado watch in place. That doesn't necessarily mean there's going to be a tornado.
The description for the tornado watch, and it said the risk will significantly diminish after 9 p.m. And we're getting close to 9 p.m. in Alberta right now.
Yeah, we're literally at it 5 minutes, right? So it said the risk is going to significantly diminish after 9 p.m., which is in 5 minutes. So, yeah, I think maybe that's what's happening here. So this might be a big old bust for Alberta, but these things do happen for sure. Rogue says, best weather app in Canada. Thank you so much, Rogue. I appreciate it. It's very kind of you. Smith says, there is a watch up for Manitoba last I checked. No, all the watches and warnings for Manitoba are gonzo. There used to be a tornado watch for Manitoba, but it has ended now. Amy says, I think Red Deer is okay. I think so too, for sure. Cool. I hadn't checked for a bit. All good. Yeah, no, those are gone. I mean, it just ended. The tornado watch literally just ended. So there is still a severe thunderstorm watch. Brennan, we did it. We did it. It's Christmas time again. Look at that, folks. Ladies and gentlemen. I saw it like this, and I thought it was highlighted for a second, and I'm like, that's not highlighted. That is our brand new pop-up on Instant Weather Pro. Not launched yet, but
wait for a few minutes as I got pizza delivered, and all I heard in my ear is you cheering. So I run back.
Dude, let's go. Look at this. This is cool. I don't know why it changes size. It's kind of gross, but it's fine. Yeah, it changes size, which is gross. I'd rather it be like one size. I'd rather it be this big when it's shrunken, and then when you click it, I don't know. It's not that big of a deal. That's fine. This is awesome. Okay, let's go click somewhere where there's lots of stuff. Heat warning. Sweet.
Now you found something.
Oh yeah, I'm super I'm like 200% zoomed in. So let me go back to like 100, like what someone would actually use it like at home. This is what most people probably use it like at home, or maybe zoomed in a little. You might want to go to like 150. But let's see what it's like that. There, it's a lot better. Okay. Yeah, I think it's better like that. Cool. All right, let's go to somewhere where there's like severe thunderstorm warning and a severe... Oh, Brennan, look at this. Oh, you know what? This should be clickable in here, but it's not. I'll ask Dev to do that. Like if you have a link inside of Instant Weather Pro, it should be clickable. But even your little red dot and everything, look at that. Sorry, everyone. I'm just super excited about the fact that we finally have the alerts inside of Instant Weather Pro. It's a new song I just worked on. So now I can see the details. Now I don't have to be like, Brennan, what does the severe thunderstorm warning say? I can just go and read it. Look at this. It's great. I don't know why there's no spaces between the paragraphs, but whatever. It's fine. I can deal with that. That's fine. So here's the watch. Here's the warning. And here's our live stream. Everything, wherever you click, if there's alerts there, you'll see the tornado watch here. This I don't like. I don't like when you click the tornado watch and it goes up. That part drives me nuts already. I'm already gonna... This is why we test these things. I want to click this and it go down. Because if I'm clicking... Or you know what I could do? You could just click it when it's at the bottom. Oh, it kind of expands up. Like this arrow should be pointing up if it's going to go up. But it's pointing down, so it should go down. But anyways, it's a great start. Let's go, dev team. Let's go. Let's see here. Let's see here. Anyways, that's awesome. Let's go, dev team. All right, upgrades to Instant Weather Pro. Now, that's not live yet for everybody. We still have to test it, aka exactly what's just happening. So I'm like, okay, I want to change the way that it lifts up or goes down and all that kind of stuff. So I want to adjust that stuff. But let's go. That's sweet. Heat warning. Okay. See, it's a little odd. It's a little odd. We'll work on it. Now, the question is, so basically what's going to happen is if you click on the storm risk polygon, it's still going to pop up just the storm risk. We were talking about combining them, but it gets complicated to combine them. Or does it? Maybe we can still combine them just on Instant Weather Pro, but not on the alert bar. I think that would be best. I think what would be best is like, let's say there's a warning or a watch here, right? And you click on this. I think this should be the pop-up. So it shows storm risk, but storm risk is one of the drop downs, but it's already expanded. So when you click on storm risk, you already see expanded. Then below that, you can see like tornado watch. Below that, you can see like severe thunderstorm warning or whatever. And then you can open up those instead. But I think storm risk when you click it, it should also show the alerts below. I think so. What do you think? Let me know in the comments. You guys mind helping me develop this app? Is that cool? God's Daughter says, where on the app can I access that radar? So it's not on our mobile app yet. It is a website. So you have to go to instantweatherpro.com to subscribe. However, we are adding it to the app. So it will be a subscription option within the app. However, within the app, it'll be more expensive because Apple and Android charge like 15% extra. So, and at some point in time, depending on our revenue, if our revenue exceeds a certain threshold, then we actually have to pay Apple and Android 30%. So basically, if you subscribe on our website, it's $99 for the year. But if you subscribe in the app, it's going to be like $114 because we have to pay Apple $15. Right. So yeah. But if you subscribe on the website version, you will get access to the mobile version, and vice versa. If you subscribe on the app, you'll get access to the website. But if you want to save $15, then I would recommend subscribing to the website version instead. So so you can head over to instantweatherpro.com to do that. I see another question here. 1 second, sorry. Penny says, "Will red beer? Will red deer be okay?" Yeah, I think red deer is going to be fine, from what I can tell. I'm thinking Alberta might be a bust. Because unless this storm, we got a little tiny hail core. Unless this storm is not, like, look how big it is here, and watch it getting smaller and smaller and smaller and dying. And I don't see anything developing behind it. And these little storms over here by Hinton aren't really much going on. And this one northwest of Whitecourt near Fox Creek is not really that exciting. So I think I'm fairly confident at this point in time that this tornado watch is going to be a bust. I think it's probably a cap issue, might be a daytime heating issue. It's hard to say. Again, I haven't looked too deep into it, but I can see if there's some inhibition in place. But it looks to me like the cap is holding too strong and the storms are dying out. There are storms south of the border, and that's why you have a severe thunderstorm watch for Medicine Hat. In fact, let's go read the details of that now that we can. Let's go, dev team. Okay, let's see what it says. Conditions are favorable for the development of severe thunderstorms that may be capable of producing strong wind gusts and large hail. Severe thunderstorms are developing in Montana. These are expected to cross the border into southeastern Alberta late this evening, and the risk of severe thunderstorms will last through the night. Large hail can damage property and cause injury. Strong wind gusts can toss loose objects damage weak buildings, break branches off trees, and overturn large vehicles. Lightning kills and injures Canadians every year. Remember, when thunder roars, go indoors. Severe thunderstorm watches are issued when blah, 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 yada, yada, yada. Anyways, you know the rest of it. It's fine. Yeah, so we have some severe thunderstorms south of the border, and they're going to track into... Does anybody like my radio voice there? Ladies and gentlemen, we've got a severe thunderstorm watch. So storms south of the border are looking decent. There's one severe thunderstorm warning here. Oh, but that doesn't work in the States. Aha. See? Nothing. There's nothing. So we'll have to work on that. It was working in the States before. We have to add those details. I don't even think part of our US API we even have the description details yet. So we'll have to add that. Miss Musk Oxen says, funny. Let's see here. Summer Armstrong says, how do someone become a storm chaser or to become part of the team? I'm really interested on becoming a storm chaser. So becoming a storm chaser is a tricky thing. You don't want to just go ahead and just randomly do it yourself because it's incredibly dangerous if you don't know what you're doing. The best way is probably to study as much as you can. You can go to meted.com. You can just go on YouTube and figure out how to read radar. There's a lot of storm chasing tutorials on what to do, what not to do, how do you have your path of exit, these types of things. You might want to befriend a storm chaser and potentially go on some trips with them, someone who is an established storm chaser. That's one way to do it, to learn things. That's how, I became friends with a bunch of different storm chasers and learned a lot from them. I absorbed a lot from them for sure. They taught me a whole bunch of different stuff, how to read models, et cetera, et cetera. So shout out to Dave Patrick and Adam Clark and David Sills and Tom Stefanak. I learned a lot, so much from them. So that was pretty critical in my early years of trying to figure out weather. It's incredibly, even for the best chasers, it's still incredibly dangerous. The main thing that's super dangerous is driving. That is by far. It's like the tornado is not going to get you. It's you being distracted, looking at radar, looking out the window, flying through a red light or flying through a stop sign and not realizing it, and someone coming across and you all die. So that part is the horrifying part of it. Of course, there are times where the severe weather can also be the thing that injures you or ends up killing you. Like a downburst. You're parked and you're beside a hydro pole and that comes and lands on the car kind of thing. Anytime I was out there in the field, I was always looking around me going, what's going to fall on me if the storm's too strong? And I'd get away from any of the trees. I'd try to get into a clearing, get away from trees, get away from hydro poles. That's just good advice in general, not even if you're a storm spotter. But yeah, anyway, so try to learn as much as you can. You may want to consider eventually subscribing to VirtuWeather because you can actually practice storm chasing in real time inside of VirtuWeather. So that could be a cool thing. And it's much safer because you're just doing it on your computer. You're not actually out there where the significant weather is. So what am I even animating right now? I'm animating something way up here and I'm looking at U.S. storms. Okay. So we're going to keep watching this one for a tiny little bit. I'm probably going to send Brennan to bed at some point and I'll just finish off the stream solo because he's probably just watching Netflix while he leaves the stream on. But you're eating pizza? I went and ate some salmon. It was so good. I was so hungry. I had to go eat. I just had to. I was just so darn hungry. And it was delicious. Even it was cold because I'd missed dinner, but it was so delicious. It was amazing. Let's see here. Rogue says we're having texting issues in some areas in Saskatchewan. I've been having a texting issue tonight here in Ontario, of all places. But, yeah, I don't know what's going on. So maybe there's something wrong with the system right now. What provider are you on? Let me know. Let me know. Anyways, but let's see here. Cosdaughter says, will you be live all night then? No. No, we will not. Sawyer says, how's Edson looking? Edson's looking fine. You're good. I think this might be a bust. I don't see anything else developing. I'm going to go take a look quickly at some future radar on our app, Instant Weather. Let me go take a look at a couple different things. But if I don't see anything strong that's going to be developing, I think it's probably time to shut down the stream. Let's see here. Oh yeah, I think that tornado watch area is going to totally be a bust. I mean, it's not a total bust because there was that one storm, but I don't think that storm did anything. I think it just put down some hail and some strong winds. I don't think it did diddly squat. Oh wow, that's interesting. Future radar shows some strong storms popping up in Manitoba later. Red Deer, severe thunderstorm watch. They just killed the tornado watch. Watch this. I bet you if I refresh this, the tornado watch is gone. Yep, it's gone. They killed the tornado watch. It's gone all down to a severe thunderstorm watch. It's a bust, folks. Now, we could still see some strong storms that move into deep southeastern Alberta and deep southwestern Saskatchewan in this kind of area right here. Probably south of Medicine Hat, but they might die off just from what I'm seeing from the future data here. And future data has some storms popping up here and moving down towards Brandon later on in Manitoba. So that's interesting. Might have to keep an eye on that for later on tonight. I'll probably leave radar up and take a peek at that. Yeah, but I think that's probably it for the live stream. We'll be watching these storms here in southeastern Alberta that are moving in from Montana. If anything gets interesting, we will most certainly send out some notifications. I had a feeling they were gonna kill that tornado watch because it looks pretty much like it's busted. But yeah, that's a good thing. All right, and then of course we've still got some storms in Manitoba, but Future Radar is talking about maybe some storms are going to actually move down here and actually strengthen overnight in Manitoba. So I'm going to keep an eye on Manitoba radar. I'm going to keep an eye on Alberta radar as well too. Let's just take a peek over in BC. I think those storms are starting to fizzle as well. Yeah, everything's starting to fizzle out here. So there are some storms to the west here. There is this little storm here near Hinton in Alberta. It just passed in from BC. And so it's relatively boring, but we'll keep an eye on that just in case. And yeah, and that's pretty much it for the live stream. So thank you so much, everybody, for joining us. Deb says no song. Oh. Do you want a song for the 273 people that stayed? Would you like a song? I'll play you a song. I'll give you one song for the evening. If I can find my guitar pick, it's in here somewhere. You get one song. I'll do that original. I don't know if I played it for many at West. Let's see here. I have a song that basically is it's for those who deal with storm anxiety. Let me tune this up and then I'll play you one little ditty. Just one little ditty. I'll play an original if you're okay with that. I gotta get my settings. Give the people what they want, says Brian. Perfect. All right. Let me capo. All right, I got to turn off my noise canceling. There's a little bit I got to do here. Hold on a second. All right. Few things I got to do. Turn off my air conditioning. Okay. Switch my input device. Okay. All right. There's a few more things to do here. Turn off my expander. That's going to be actually pretty loud if I turn off my expander. Turn off. Okay. I'll leave that on. And I'll put on some reverb on the old voice. I should put some radar in the background though, because we're like looking at literally nothing. Okay, here we go. Let's look at the busted storm. The busted Alberta storm. Okay. All right. Victoria says, I just got another tornado watch notification for the Rocky area. No. That was the tornado watch ended. That's what the watch was. The tornado watch is ended. There is no tornado watch now. So you're good there. All right, so again, this is a song for those who experience storm anxiety. So hopefully you like it. And let's see if I can get this guitar working. Hold on a tick. Storm has passed. Time is now to go to bed. You can do it somehow. Storm is gone, and maybe it's not too long till you rest your head, get some sleep, try to dream of something sweet. Be alright. You're gonna sleep just fine tonight, tonight, tonight. Thunder's gone, rain is coming down. Look up to the sky, you see things are clearing now. Everything is gonna be okay, even if it's not. All storms pass eventually. Know you have a love. You got me, you got mom, you got all the things that you've become. Me, you got mom, got a loving home where you're from. You got me, you got mom. So love and family, you only get one. You only get one. Storm has passed. Time is now to go to bed. You can do it somehow. Storm is gone, and maybe it's not too long till you rest your head, get some sleep, try to dream of something sweet. Ooh, you're gonna be alright.
You're gonna sleep just fine tonight. Gonna sleep just fine. Ooh, tonight. Tonight.
Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you kindly. Little original of mine called, not sure what I'm calling it, but I think probably Storm Has Passed. I think it's probably a good one. But I got to record that at some point in time. I guess I just did, but you know what I mean? Like try to properly record it. But yeah, it should be cool. There's a whole new album I'm trying to work on. We'll get there. We'll get there in time. Slowly but surely, I'll chip away at these songs, and we'll have that. So thank you so much, everybody. Thank you, Deb, for giving me the nudge to play a tune. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Sandra. Yeah, Sandra Dillian. Thank you kindly. Thank you, Shauna. Appreciate it. Thank you, Sherry. Thanks, Hayden. Yeah, we could look at that storm. I don't think there's much going on there, but we could. I'm just stoked that, severe thunderstorm warning in Manitoba. See, things happen. Things are happening. Let's see what it says with this one. Oh, okay. All right. Blah, blah, blah. Nickel-size hail, heavy rain, yada, yada, yada. 90 kilometer an hour winds and quarter-size hail. Binscarth is the only location impacted, potentially, with this one. At least in this particular warning. They're talking about Binscarth, which is... where is it? Is it in here somewhere? Oh, I see Binscarth right there. Okay. Oh, because the storm is moving to the... The storm is moving slowly to the... This might be the one that future radar was talking about. That's going to kind of go this way and then track down towards Brandon, potentially. So at least track maybe this way. So that's interesting. There's something going on there. Yeah, there's something. There's a storm. So that's worth paying attention to. So, okay, we'll keep an eye on that one. We'll keep an eye on southwestern Saskatchewan and southeastern Alberta as well. And thank you so much, everyone, for joining us. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Brendan, for all your help. Appreciate it, bud.
Good night.
Good night. We'll talk to y'all soon. Have a good night. Bye-bye.